Chapter 28-24. Birdie. The progenitor image was the most powerful innate divine ability of the monster god divine realm. No matter which clan the monster god divine realm expert was, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to summon their clan's progenitor image. Of course, the strength of the summoned progenitor image would also differ. However, summoning the progenitor image could only be performed by divine emperor realm experts. Unexpectedly, Wuxia was able to summon the progenitor image before reaching the divine emperor realm. Indeed worthy of being one of the 5 imperial clans. At this moment, a black divine phoenix Dharma form suddenly appeared behind Wuxia. The divine phoenix's entire body was pitch black, as if it was just a shadow. The moment the divine phoenix appeared, the entire space seemed to be on fire. On the ground, even the soil was on fire. In an instant it turned into lava, and the sky was the same. In the blink of an eye, the sky within 10,000 miles had changed color. What was even more tyrannical was that the moment the divine phoenix appeared, the surrounding power of law actually had the ability to retreat by 30%. However, at this moment, Wuxia was surprised to discover that he was actually able to ignore the power of the law of fire. At this moment, although Wuxia could feel a bit of heat, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable or oppressed. This time, even Wuxia himself felt that it was inconceivable. System, what's going on? Why am I not suppressed by the power of the divine phoenix law? Wuxia had no choice but to ask the system because he discovered that at this moment, even the divine emperor of the Kunlun divine domain couldn't help but retreat a distance away. The continuous burning from the sky to the ground let Wuxia know that the enemy must have launched a powerful attack. But he could actually ignore it? Could it be that the enemy did it on purpose? Ding! System prompt. Insufficient data. The system is unable to provide the answer. Ding! System prompt. Detecting the host. Detection successful. Discovered that the host is affected by an unknown power, immune to all attacks from the power of law. The system suddenly notified Wuxia. Wuxia was slightly stunned. What's going on? I'm actually immune to the power of all the laws of fire? Wuxia quickly thought about it, but couldn't remember what he'd done. However, he was immune to the power of all the laws of fire. What was going on? This time even Wuxia himself was puzzled. Wuxia couldn't help but think, could it be that there's some expert secretly helping me? After all, Wuxia couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Wuxia. Just as Wuxia was feeling puzzled, he launched his attack. The divine phoenix instantly flew above Wuxia's head, circled once, then opened its mouth and spat out flames at Wuxia. Of course, this ancestral divine phoenix Dharma idol couldn't exist forever. Moreover, the ancestral divine phoenix that Wuxia had summoned only knew this one attack. He would continue to spit out flames until all of his energy was used up. A faint smile hung on the corner of Wuxia's mouth. In his heart, he had already determined that he would definitely win this time. This was because no one had ever been able to withstand the full force attack of the divine phoenix ancestor. One had to know that the flames that were spat out possessed a powerful suppressive ability, and would continue to increase in strength. Wuxia didn't believe that anyone would be able to persevere. Even if he didn't immediately turn into ashes, he would definitely be devoured by the constantly increasing power of the law of fire. However, at this moment, Wuxia wasn't affected in the slightest. At this moment, Wuxia only felt rather warm. Right. That's it. Wuxia only felt a little warm. There was no pressure or injury at all. Those so-called powerful flames were only equivalent to roasting the sun for Wuxia. They posed no threat at all. Wuxia suspiciously raised his head to look at the divine phoenix ancestor hovering above his head. He was a little confused as to why Wuxia would launch such a useless attack. Could it be that he wanted to scare him away? After watching for a moment, Wuxia still couldn't understand, so he turned around and took a step towards Wuxia. One step. It was just a single step, but in an instant everyone's expressions changed, including Wuxia's. The people of the Kunlun divine region were in disbelief and ecstasy. As for the people of the demon god realm, they were actually panicking and shocked. At this moment, Wuxia was the most shocked. After all, he was the most clear about the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol that he had summoned. Such a powerful Dharma idol actually had no effect on that person. How was this possible? You, how did you do it? At this moment, because he was too shocked, Ci Hao actually stuttered a little. Yi Xian indifferently glanced at Ci Hao and said without a care, "You released this little bird. Do you want to roast meat for me?" Little bird. He actually called the World Annihilation Divine Phoenix Clan's Dharma idol a little bird. Not to mention Ci Hao and the other people of the demon god realm, even the people of the Kunlun divine region looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this god realm's law enforcer too overbearing? How could he insult someone else's Dharma idol like this? What was the primogenitor's Dharma idol? In the human race, it was equivalent to an ancestor's existence. If Yi Xian's words were spoken by a human, it would be as if he was calling a person's ancestor little brother. It was arrogant and domineering at the same time. He was angered by Yi Xian. However, the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol in the sky was still locking onto Yi Xian, as it continuously spat out flames. Yi Xian took a step forward, and the divine phoenix ancestor's flame attack followed suit. Yi Xian could ignore it, but that didn't mean that others could. Even this thorn was impossible. In the hearts of the people of the demon god realm, the power of the ancestor was a supreme power. It was also a power that was absolutely impossible to contend against. It was just like how Yi Xian had used the mysterious blood to activate the so-called ancestor's return. He was able to kill countless people from the demon god realm and scare the rest of them into fleeing. The power of the ancestor was something that no one in the demon god realm could resist. At this moment, he saw Yi Xian walk towards him with the divine phoenix ancestor's attack. That thorn actually subconsciously screamed, "You don't come over here!" He wasn't afraid of Yi Xian at all, but the divine phoenix Dharma idol above Yi Xian's head. Of course, it was more or less the same. This was because the divine phoenix Dharma idol was originally following behind Yi Xian. Every step Yi Xian took, it would follow. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. Pretending to be a ghost, go die. Chapter 28-25. 5 million Jade. Yi Xian abruptly brandished the god-slaughtering sword, and 7 sword beams instantly charged towards the thorn. Most importantly, the 7 sword beams actually carried a portion of the power of the divine phoenix law, as they charged towards the thorn. No! The thorn screamed in fear, but his body couldn't move at all. This was because, when facing the primogenitor's Dharma idol, no one in the demon god's domain could resist it. In Yi Xian's eyes, the thorn was like a fool. He gave up on all defenses and allowed the 7 sword beams to hit him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom! In a situation where he was defenseless, Yi Xian's deity slash actually shattered the thorn. He couldn't be more dead. Even Yi Xian hadn't expected such an attack. He'd originally thought that no matter what, this move wouldn't be able to kill the thorn so easily. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. The thorn had actually given up on defense. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that all of this was because the deity slash that Yi Xian had unleashed already carried a portion of the primogenitor's Dharma idol's attack. With a casual wave of his hand, the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. As for the other people from the demon god's domain, they actually quickly fled without looking back. At this moment, because Ci Hao was already dead, the primogenitor's Dharma idol naturally disappeared as well. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? Seeing that the time was almost up, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Thus, he immediately activated teleportation, and the other people from the Kunlun divine region also chased after him. When they killed the people from the demon god's domain, the time was finally up. A ray of light suddenly appeared on everyone's body, and all the people who were still alive were teleported out. At this moment, Michu and the other divine masters were already waiting outside. Everyone who came out of the cave walked up to their respective divine masters and handed over the white jade stones they had harvested. Even though the white jade looked like it could be seen everywhere, it wasn't that easy to collect it. At this moment, the people who handed over the white jade were about the same from the Kunlun divine region and the demon god's domain. The more of them might have tens of thousands of them, and the less of them were only a few hundred. It could be said that this was something that concerned the final outcome of the war. Thus, even Miemo and the divine masters of the demon god's domain were observing carefully. Of course, no one would fake it now. After all, this was something that had already been negotiated from the very start. Since it was a decision that had already been made, both sides would abide by it. Whichever side obtained fewer white jade stones would be the side that would lose. At the same time, both sides had sent a person to the other side's camp. This person was the supervisor, and he would report the exact amount of white jade that both sides had. Kunlun God Region, 1,863,200. Demon God's Domain, 1,976,123. As the two supervisors kept reporting the number, everyone's attention was attracted by the sound of the numbers being reported. As more and more people handed over their white jade, it could be said that the Kunlun Divine Region was starting to fall into a disadvantage. Finally, the only godly venerable realm expert from the Kunlun Divine Region walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a small hill appeared. Kunlun God Region, 19,637,000. Hearing this number, many people frowned slightly because the godly venerable realm expert from the other side had yet to hand over his white jade. However, the crowd was still rather excited. One must know that this godly venerable realm expert had actually taken out more than 5 million white jade. At that moment, the godly venerable realm expert from the demon god's domain finally walked over. With a wave of his hand, a small hill appeared as well. Demon god's domain, 2,103,200. It was a difference of nearly 2 million white jade. At that moment, the master god from the demon god's domain was already smiling because he already felt that victory was within his grasp. After all, there were only less than 10 people from the Kunlun Divine Region, including Yi Xian, who had yet to hand over the white jade. Yi Xian lifted his feet and walked forward, ready to hand over his white jade. However, the master god from the demon god's domain's voice rang out. Haha, Master Miyu. Looks like our demon god's domain has won this battle. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse that item. Was the master god from the demon god's domain celebrating in advance? Well, there were only 4 God King realm experts left in the Kunlun Divine Region. Normally, a godly monarch would at most be able to take out 100,000 white jade stones, and that would already be considered pretty good. Therefore, even if all of them took out their jade, they would at most have 1 million or so. Indeed, it seemed like the demon god's domain had already won. After all, there were more than 10 people from the demon god's domain who had yet to hand over their white jade. Miyu furrowed his brows. In reality, even he felt that there was no hope for this battle. However, at this moment Yi Xian had already walked over. With a casual wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a mountain suddenly appeared. In that instant, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Xian. The master god from the demon god's domain subconsciously said, "That's impossible." The meaning behind the master god's words was clear. However, he did not believe that Yi Xian, who was merely a god king, could possibly take out so many white jade. In fact, he also had to thank Ci Hao. Due to the bloodline of Ci Hao's emperor, many white jade were kept in his hands. Since Yi Xian killed Ci Hao, then Ci Hao's interspatial ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. No more no less. Yi Xian obtained 5 million. In other words, even if Yi Xian was compared to 2 hierarch experts, he was still much weaker. One should know that Yi Xian was merely a god king, yet he actually took out a number of white jade that was equivalent to that of a hierarch expert. In a split second, everyone's expression changed drastically. Kunlun Divine Domain, 24,640,000. The overseer of the demon god's sacred realm shouted in a trembling voice. As the overseer, he knew very well what this number represented. However, he had to shout it out. Quick, take out all your white jade stones. The divine master of the demon god's domain turned around and said to his subordinates. Those people did not hesitate at all and quickly handed over their white jade. Unfortunately, it was not enough. These people only had tens of thousands of jade at most. Even if there were more than 10 of them, how could they possibly compete with Yi Xian's 5 million jade? Even the remaining people of the Kunlun Divine Domain did not need to take out the white jade because the result was already out. Divine Master of the Demon God's Domain, it seems like you were happy too early. That thing is destined to belong to me. Miyu smiled and looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 28-26. 12 Seeds. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to bring him a pleasant surprise. The Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master looked at Miyu. Of course, he knew that the outcome was already determined. At this moment, unless he started a war, the outcome would be determined. However, he didn't want to start a war here. It could be said that if a war were to start, then it would be a battle to the death between the two divine realms. It could even be a war of extermination. The demon god divine realm wasn't ready for a war of extermination, so he could only give up. Useless trash. With a wave of his hand, the demon god divine realm's divine master instantly killed all the demon god divine realm experts who participated in the treasure hunt. Even that godly venerable expert didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Yixian's eyes twitched slightly. Was this the power of a divine master? Even a godly venerable expert couldn't struggle at all. Of course, this was an internal matter of the demon god divine realm. Even if the demon god divine realm's divine master killed all his subordinates, it had nothing to do with the Kunlun divine realm. Retreat! The demon god divine realm's divine master suddenly roared before his figure immediately disappeared. Obviously, he had already left the place. Upon hearing the order, the people of the demon god divine realm quickly retreated from the overgod battlefield. In an instant, the people of the Kunlun divine realm burst into a series of excited roars. They had won this battle. After paying the price of tens of billions of people, they had finally won. Miyu looked at Yixian and revealed a rare smile. You did well this time. Here, this is your reward. After saying that, Miyu's figure also disappeared. Yixian took the universe ring. Although he didn't know what Miyu gave him, he knew that it wasn't something simple. After all, this was a reward given by Miyu, so how could it be simple? Of course, Yixian wasn't in the mood to care about this right now. Instead, he quickly returned to his own army and began to retreat with his men. A war that had lasted for hundreds of years had finally come to an end. The entire Kunlun divine realm was in a state of jubilation. In the following period of time, the divine palace guards would distribute the rewards to the various provincial governors according to their contributions. And these rewards would be distributed to the people of their own divine domain by the provincial governors. At this moment, Yixian had already returned to the Yi sect. After such a long battle, Yixian naturally had to rest for a few days. Fei Yan had already been waiting for Yizong. During this period of time, Yixian had been fighting in the overgod battlefield, and it could be said that the entire 9 directions 60,000 realm was managed by Fei Yan. It was obvious that Fei Yan had taken good care of it. Young master, you're back. Fei Yan looked at Yixian as she spoke with an excited expression. At this moment, everyone from the 9 directions 60,000 realm had already gathered at the Yi sect. At this moment, the 9 directions 60,000 realm was no longer the 9 directions 60,000 realm that Yixian had left. Along with the transmission of good news from the battlefield, no one in the 60,000 realm dared to be dissatisfied with Yixian in the slightest. It could be said that the current Yixian had already become the true master of the 9 directions 60,000 realm. Congratulations on your victorious return, Lord Regional Governor. Yixian casually waved his hand and said, Let's disperse for today. I'm a little tired. I'll reward you according to your contributions in a few days. Yes, Lord Regional Governor. Naturally, no one dared to object. In fact, it was just the 9-directional 60,000 realm. Rewards based on merit were not complicated at all. After all, there was a complete system of attack, so every warrior already knew how much they would be rewarded. Sure enough, after a few days, under Fei Yan's control, the rewards began to be distributed without the slightest objection. After all, because of the military contribution system, everyone already had a rough idea of how much they would receive. Kuan Buyu's performance in this battle was actually very ordinary. However, Yixian still rewarded him heavily. After all, Kuan Buyu was considered Yixian's earliest friend. While the 9 directions 60,000 realm was celebrating, Yixian opened the reward that Miyu gave him. Yixian was very clear that the thing that Miyu gave him was probably not that simple. However, when he saw the things inside the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that if Yixian was an ordinary cultivator, he would probably be able to advance to the hierarch realm. Even if Yixian devoured them now, it would be enough for him to advance to the high divine emperor realm. However, there was a wooden box that interrupted this plan. In fact, it was impossible for Yixian not to pay attention to the divine box. This was because the wooden box was so eye-catching. The wooden box contained an endless amount of life energy, causing Yixian to notice it the moment he opened the interspatial ring. Yixian didn't hesitate and directly took it out. However, when Yixian opened the wooden box, he was still a little surprised. This was because there were actually 12 seeds inside the wooden box. Seed? What kind of seed was this? Yixian was a little confused. System, what are these things that you are detecting? Yixian directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt, please pay attention. This detection will consume 5 million faith points. Does the host confirm? He actually had to consume 5 million faith points. Yixian was slightly shocked. System, how many faith points do I have right now? Ding. System prompt. The host currently has 513 points to play with. 5,130,000. However, just to investigate these seeds it actually required 5 million. Yixian was a little hesitant. After all, 5 million faith points wasn't something that could be easily obtained. However, when he thought about how this thing's origins were definitely not simple, Yixian still gambled. Alright, confirm. Ding. System prompt, the target is the tree of law of the 12 main laws. Ding. System prompt, the law tree contains a large amount of law energy. Not only can it be used to comprehend the law energy, it can also improve the structure of the god power in the secret realm, repair and strengthen the law energy, etc. It was actually the seed of the law tree. Yixian received the sapling of the ancient law fire tree. It was just a sapling, yet it possessed such a powerful strength. Although these tree of law seeds were far from being comparable to the seedlings of the ancient law fire tree. But after all, this was also a tree of law. He'd made a huge profit. Yixian was overjoyed because he'd already found a good place for these tree of law. That was Yixian's own devouring space. It could be said that Yixian had always been worried about the matter of devouring space. After all, due to the uniqueness of the devouring space, the power of law, divine power, and so on inside were somewhat insufficient. In this way, the most direct manifestation was that it would not be as easy for the people living inside to advance as it was outside. Moreover, due to the insufficient power of the laws, the devouring space was rarely used in actual combat. But imagine if the devouring space was nurtured by Yixian to be similar to the outside world, or even surpass the outside world, what would the result be? Chapter 28-27. Planting trees. Yixian looked at the 12 seeds in front of him with extreme excitement. He knew very well what kind of changes these 12 seeds could bring to him, and how much they could improve his devouring space. It could be said that with these 12 seeds of the law tree, Yixian's devouring space would definitely change greatly. Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian's divine sense moved and he entered the devouring space. In the previous battle, Yixian had used a large amount of the devouring space's power, causing it to be damaged. This pitiful devouring space had never been peaceful during this period of time. It had been heavily injured time and time again, and Yixian had taken its power time and time again. When Yixian entered the devouring space, he saw a desolate, withered trees, collapsed mountains, dusky sky, gray earth, and the lack of laws that made people feel uncomfortable. Yixian couldn't help but think that he'd really asked too much of the devouring space. However, today Yixian was going to make it up to him and change the devouring space. Even if it was just a little bit of change, Yixian believed that if he continued to accumulate, the devouring space would continue to grow. System, gather all the resources. I want to plant trees. Yixian indifferently said to the system, but in his heart, he was extremely excited. Yixian wanted to plant trees, so he had to gather resources. What he wanted to plant wasn't just ordinary trees but the 12 law god trees. Following Yixian's orders, the system continuously gathered all of Yixian's resources together. These resources would become nourishment for the law tree, and at the same time, they would be used to change the devouring space. Yixian didn't want to be seen by the people who devoured the space. Although Yixian was the master of the devouring space and the god of everyone who lived here, as long as it was a human, it was inevitable that they would have selfish desires. Yixian didn't want to see the people in the devouring space fight because of the law tree. What he was more willing to see was that the 12 law trees would silently contribute their power of law to transform the entire devouring space. Rise! Yixian's divine sense enveloped the entire devouring space. Following his order, 12 different locations in the devouring space underwent a huge change at the same time. In a place that was originally just a desert, countless sand and stones quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace was formed. Just how big was the palace? Other than Yi Xian, no one else would be able to enter. This was because this was a huge maze with only one path to the center. Moreover, Yi Xian had set up countless formations and restrictions here at any time. At the center of the palace was a huge garden. However, in the garden, other than ordinary flowers and plants, there was only one tree. That was the Law Tree. There were a total of 3 of these palaces, each of them strange and unique. In the sky, numerous restrictions began to condense. Soon after, floating islands began to appear one after another. These floating islands were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Moreover, Yi Xian had used the power of the formation to connect the hundreds of lakes on the ground to the floating islands in the sky. Therefore, there shouldn't be a waterfall on the floating island, but it did. Moreover, it was flowing down the island endlessly. The waterfall was 1,000 miles long, and the silver belt covered the sky. The rainbows seemed to never disappear, making this place look like a paradise. Of course, these floating islands were also divided into 3 parts, each protecting the 3 seeds of the divine law tree. There were flowers, grass, and naturally beasts. One powerful divine beast after another appeared on these floating islands. They only had one mission, to protect the sapling of the divine law tree. Moreover, Yi Xian had already made a new decision in his heart. That was, he would arrange for the sword attendants that he would retire to be around the sapling of the divine law tree, so that they could live the rest of their lives in peace and protect the divine law tree for Yi Xian. Of course, the most important thing was that beside these divine law trees, the pets and sword attendants that couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps because of their aptitudes would also have the possibility of advancing once again. Since the sky and the desert had already changed, the sea would naturally change as well. The power of the laws still had differences in attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time and space, life and death, light and dark. These were the attributes of the 12 main laws, and the 3 main laws in the sky were the planes of time and space. In the desert, Yi Xian had arranged for the power of the 3 laws of fire, earth, and wood. As for the sea, there were only 2 divine law trees, water and wood. At the bottom of the sea, Yi Xian had used his spiritual will to construct 2 seabed dragon palaces. They were resplendent and magnificent. If the desert was a maze and the sky was a fairyland, then the bottom of the sea was noble. After arranging the 8 seeds of the divine law tree, Yi Xian paused for a moment, because what he was going to arrange next was the light and dark of life and death, law of life, law of death, law of light, law of darkness. It could be said that regardless of how powerful these 4 laws were, they were still the 4 laws that had the greatest impact on devouring space and even Yi Xian himself. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to consider where to place them. Yi Xian didn't want others to know about the power of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth because they were too ordinary and too important. However, at the same time, they were also the most comprehended power of the laws. Thus, Yi Xian hid them away because the power they emitted was enough for the people in the devouring space to cultivate. The 3 great laws of time and space were too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the laws of the plane alone. If someone wanted to obtain it, would they use the laws of the plane to challenge Yi Xian's authority? Yi Xian didn't know, but he didn't want his devouring space to be disturbed in the slightest. Thus Yi Xian hid them as well. However, Yi Xian was more willing to let people come into contact with the 4 laws of life, death, and light, especially the law of life and death. It was extremely important to Yi Xian. Needless to say, the 2 laws of life and death could extend the lifespan of the people in the devouring space. After all, the flow of time in the devouring space was different from the flow of time in the outside world. Yi Xian didn't want to see the creatures in the devouring space fall one by one because their cultivation wasn't high enough, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted people to come into contact with this power and allow them to properly use it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Without any warning, the people in the devouring space were stunned to discover that 2 incomparably huge mountains had suddenly appeared. On top of each mountain there was only one palace, and within the palace, there was an endless amount of power of law. Chapter 28:28. Reign of Divine Power. Yi Xian didn't deliberately arrange for anyone to guard that place. nor would he interfere too much with the operations of the four halls. Apart from informing everyone in the devouring space that they could go and approach the law tree to obtain power, Yixian didn't do anything else. This was because what Yixian wanted was to let nature take its course. The power of the laws was a fortuitous encounter. Even in the devouring space, even if Yixian was the owner of the devouring space, it was impossible for him to control the power of the laws. After all, even if it was Yixian himself, the only thing he could do was borrow the power of the laws. Therefore, Yixian only left behind a fortuitous encounter in the surrounding palaces. Whoever could obtain it would depend on the luck of the person who devoured the space. The formation of the four palaces naturally caused countless people to exclaim in admiration. Moreover, the first group of people had already begun their challenges. Yixian didn't care that much because he knew that no one could enter the core of the law tree. That place was an infinite loop that Yixian had used his privilege as the owner of the devouring space. When you get there, you can see the law tree, but you will never be able to touch it. This was because Yixian had used spatial faults and overlapping spaces to create an isolation zone. Unless you could break through the restrictions of the devouring space and rely on your own strength to walk out of the devouring space, you would not be able to step into it. As for those who devoured space, no matter how strong they were all marked with the mark of devouring space. In reality, no matter how strong they were, without Yixian's approval, it was impossible for them to leave the devouring space. Therefore, that place was an unsolvable place. Yixian looked at the four palaces that the people of the devouring space called the Holy Land, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that from this moment onwards, the entire devouring space had completely changed. Of course, there were even more important things to take care of. Even though the 12 nomological tree seeds had already been planted, it wouldn't take a day for them to take effect. Therefore, Yixian wanted to catalyze the law tree. At the same time, he wanted to catalyze the entire devouring space. System, are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Yixian indifferently said to the system. At this moment, the system had already gathered almost all of Yixian's resources, spirit stones, and so on. Yixian wanted to make the devouring space rain. A rain of divine power. Ding! The transformation of the devouring space has officially begun. Ding! The resources have been successfully decomposed. The divine power has been successfully dispersed. The divine power rain has begun to fall. It was raining. It was drizzling throughout the entire devouring space. However, this rain was no ordinary rain. Countless people, countless beasts, and countless plants were pleasantly surprised to discover that it was the rain of divine power that was falling from the sky. The people cheered, the beasts roared, and the plants shook as they greedily absorbed the power of the rain of divine power. The entire devouring space was filled with cheers and laughter. In Yixian's eyes, the entire devouring space was undergoing a huge change. The sky began to clear up, the flowers, plants, and trees began to recover, and even evolve. One by one, the originally ignorant wild beasts slowly gained intelligence. The light of a breakthrough illuminated the entire devouring space. At the same time, the devouring space began to slowly condense into its true shape. An isolated island, an incomparably huge island, floated high above the entire devouring space. In fact, it was the continent that devoured space, and around him was endless chaos. Those places of chaos were the places that Yixian would need to unlock in the future. This continent was the entire devouring space that Yixian possessed. However, due to the formation of the power of the laws, it finally began to clearly show that the power of the laws was constantly perfecting the entire devouring space. At the same time, the entire continent was slowly expanding towards the primal chaos zone. Of course, that speed was extremely slow. However, Yixian didn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of time to perfect it and plenty of time to expand it. Looking down at the entire devouring space, Yixian discovered that something was missing. A moment later, he reacted. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be missing from the devouring space. Logically speaking, the sun, moon, and stars would be much better if they were made with special resources or things that contained the power of the laws. However, Yixian had never seen anything that contained the power of the laws of the stars, the laws of the divine moon, or the laws of the divine sun. Thus, Yixian could only wave his hand helplessly. In an instant, the sky was dotted with countless stars. A bright moon and a blazing sun also appeared at the same time. The sun set and the moon rose, and the moon fell and the sun rose. This way, the entire devouring space could be considered to have its true appearance. Of course, at this moment the devouring space was like a bowl with its lid on. There was only the front, not the back. The sky was round and the earth was round, but that was all Yi Xian could do right now. Those suns, moons, and stars were actually only constructed by Yi Xian using some ordinary ancient resources. They could only be used to look at, but they didn't have any real use. Of course, this was enough. Yi Xian also knew that it was impossible for him to perfect the entire devouring space in one go. After all, he didn't have that kind of powerful strength and foundation yet. It was just like the saying, eating a mouthful at a time. As for the devouring space, it had to be perfected step by step. Yi Xian continued to observe the devouring space for a while, to see if he could make any adjustments. At one moment he was moving mountains, at the other he was transforming rivers, or he was moving entire races. In beautiful places he was building pavilions, tall buildings, and palaces out of thin air. Just like that, he carefully and decisively carried out the transformation. Of course, the division was still necessary. After all, if different powers were to suddenly fuse together, it would only cause unnecessary danger. But this time, Yi Xian had constructed a special area at the edge of the devouring space. Prison area. This was a place that Yi Xian was prepared to use to punish his enemies. At the same time, it was also a place that was specially set up to defeat enemies that were drawn into the devouring space. Here Yi Xian meticulously constructed a great formation and a mystical restriction. Here it was the complete opposite of the brightness of the outside world. There was only darkness and the aura of death, poisonous gas, and strange beasts running amok. This was because this was a place that Yi Xian had prepared for his enemies. As long as someone entered this place, even if Yi Xian didn't kill them, they would still be able to experience all the hardships in the world. After doing all of this, Yi Xian withdrew his divine will from the devouring space. Chapter 28-29. 2417. Another exploration of the City of Nine Secrets. For the past 3 days, Yi Xian had been in his chambers the entire time. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were silently waiting for Yi Xian to leave. After all, the Kunlun Divine Region had won the War of Overgods this time, and the Divine Master had also bestowed countless rewards. Under Yi Xian's leadership, the Kunlun Divine Region had achieved outstanding military merits. Even though the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were able to obtain their own rewards due to the military merit system, they still hoped to see Yi Xian, seeing their esteemed Lord Regional Governor. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they silently looked at the tightly shut doors of the palace. They all knew that it was their Lord Regional Governor's wise leadership that allowed them to obtain such generous rewards in this war. It could be said that their harvest this time was so generous that even those ancient great forces would not be able to find a second time. Thus, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were waiting for their Lord Regional Governor to appear. Look, the doors of the palace are open. It was unknown who shouted, but in an instant countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the entrance of the palace. A moment later a youth slowly walked out, one step at a time. However, every step seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation level was, no matter what your background was, at this moment when you saw that youth there was only one action. That was to kneel down and worship. Yi Xian walked out of the palace. However, as soon as he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Some of them had participated in this war, while others hadn't. However, regardless of whether they had participated in this war between the overgods or not, they could only worship Yi Xian. Greetings, Lord Regional Governor. A voice shook the entire space. It was the simultaneous shouts of 10 billion people. That was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, row after row, 10 billion people lined up in a neat square formation, starting from the ground and reaching all the way to the clouds. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. Get up. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. Thank you, Lord Regional Governor. 10 billion people stood up at the same time. However, it was just a small action, but it was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from this place. These were 10 billion people, and there was no lack of experts among them. The power of 10 billion gods, how could it be that simple? Yi Xian knew why these people had come, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Whether it was the regional governor or the law enforcer, Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. Especially now that the war between the overgods had ended. In fact, Yi Xian had already made a new decision. Yi Xian wouldn't be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the reverence of these billions of people. After all, Yi Xian still had his own matters to take care of. After Yi Xian completed the overgod battlefield, the 9 directions 60,000 realms were actually already prepared to leave. Yi Xian looked around and smiled as he looked at the excited people. I know what everyone is here to do, but I don't like such formalities. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally see it in my eyes and will naturally reward you. Yi Xian's words were extremely calm. He didn't make any passionate speeches, and he didn't even say a single word to Yi Xian. However, it was precisely these calm words that were truly convincing. They were all gods and they all wanted to become stronger. Thus, there weren't many words, and Yi Xian's words were the truth. Cultivate well. What should be yours will be given to you. This was Yi Xian's promise, and it was also Yi Xian's encouragement. It was just such a calm sentence, but it was enough to make the experts of the 9 directions 60,000 realms understand Yi Xian's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. Disperse. Yi Xian waved his hand again, ending the meeting. This was the first time Yi Xian had faced his own people as the provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. It was obvious that the effect was extremely good. After receiving Yi Xian's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Those were countless experts leaving this place. Only after everyone had left did Yi Xian walk forward with a smile. There were many things that were still waiting for Yi Xian to do. However, right now, Yi Xian was going to the 9 secret city once again. Most of the strength of the organization had been wiped out, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with, and that was the fragment of the headquarters of the ancient organization that had been destroyed in the Middle Ages. Of course, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably didn't even have a way to enter. After all, that place was protected by the laws of primal chaos. However, just because Yi Xian couldn't enter now didn't mean that he'd forgotten where it was. Yi Xian was waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps it could be said that it was a fortuitous encounter. The God realm was so big that even a treasure like the seed of the law tree could be used. Then it wouldn't be strange for a treasure to appear that could break through the seal of the laws of primal chaos and enter that space. Of course, being able to enter that place and eliminating the members of the ancient organization were two different things. Yi Xian was very clear about this in his heart. So this time, he didn't go to explore the first secret realm that he already knew what was contained within. It was the second one. Because Yi Xian was constantly fighting in the 9 secret realms, he didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, Yi Xian had a lot of time to explore them one by one. The last time he obtained several Dharma idols, they were all fused into the bloodline of the 10,000 sovereigns. This was Yi Xian's confidence. This time, Yi Xian didn't bring anyone with him as he walked towards the second secret realm by himself. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At the very least, the first secret realm had some things from Tai Suo. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately the remaining 8 great death realms, actually had no clues. It wasn't that no one had entered before, but they all died. Yi Xian didn't have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision he made after thinking for a long time. This was because in the second secret realm, it was the only secret realm that someone had come out alive. Even though the people who came out seemed to have suffered some kind of great shock, they were basically either crazy or stupid. Yi Xian wasn't completely confident that he'd be able to enter the second secret realm with his first grade divine king cultivation. But that didn't mean that he'd give up. Chapter 2830. The second secret realm. Could it be that Yi Xian's goal was to sit at home and peacefully be his provincial governor? No. What Yi Xian pursued was great power because Yi Xian still had things he wanted to do. For example, find Luoluo. However, after entering the God realm for so long, other than knowing that Luoluo was in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian didn't have any other clues. After living a peaceful and stable life for too long, Yixian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to obtain strength, he could only fight for it himself. The War of the Gods domain was indeed a place that could quickly increase one's strength. However, the War of the Gods domain was something that only happened once in hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that Yixian was still sitting here and waiting for hundreds of thousands of years? Step by step, Yixian directly stepped into the second secret realm. At the beginning, there wasn't anything worth paying attention to in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Yixian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Other than Yixian's footsteps, there didn't seem to be anything else here. However, there was something strange that caused Yixian to be on guard. That was, in this place, Yixian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious power. It could be said that Yixian's divine will could only detect the wall, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. The most important thing was that he didn't even know what that wall was. The other thing was the pressure. Within the cave, with every step Yixian took, the pressure would increase by a bit. This feeling was as if the second secret realm was simply a place that didn't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, it used pressure to try to force people to leave. However, was that really the case? Was this place that was called the Realm of Death really that simple? He just wanted to rely on pressure to force Yixian back? Yixian walked forward step by step. At this moment, faint beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. This feeling of constantly increasing pressure was truly unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself, but the boundless feeling. Even Yixian couldn't help but want to turn around and return. It was as if a voice was constantly hinting in Yixian's ear. Go back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure such a powerful pressure. In fact, Yixian had indeed twisted his body. When he no longer headed towards the second secret realm, it was as if all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. That feeling was truly comfortable. However, Yixian was Yixian. No matter what kind of obstacles there were in the second secret realm, since Yixian had already decided to enter, then he wouldn't give up. I want to see just what kind of secrets are hidden inside. Yixian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In an instant, this sentence seemed to be spread out infinitely. It echoed in the cave time and time again. The sound echoed again and again, getting smaller and smaller. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Yixian frowned slightly, but he wasn't afraid as he continued to take a step forward. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A powerful pressure instantly descended onto Yixian's body. As he moved further and further away, the pressure on Yixian's body grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Yixian wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, how could things be that simple? Yixian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent killing intent exploded out. The killing intent was wrapped within the pressure, and in that instant countless illusions actually appeared in front of Yixian. They were all people that Yixian had once killed. Headless enemies, broken enemies, split in half, and even enemies that had already become minced meat. Countless voices sounded out beside Yixian. Return my life? You deserve to die. We're so lonely, come and accompany us. Countless voices exploded in an instant, accompanied by an incomparably powerful killing intent. It could be said that Yixian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Ding, the host has been affected by the illusion. It is being automatically removed. Ding, the illusion has been cleared. Illusion. It was actually just an illusion. At this moment, Yixian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, Yixian truly felt what fear was. Originally, other than these voices, these illusions, and the powerful pressure and killing intent, this place could actually expand the fear of the person who entered. Yixian finally understood why someone was able to successfully walk out of this place. Moreover, once they left, they would either go crazy or become stupid. He had been scared out of his wits on this road. Even Yixian, with his powerful mind and the protection of the system, almost fell for it, let alone the others. This wasn't a matter of realm or cultivation at all. On this path, what those who entered needed to defeat the most was not some pressure or killing intent illusion, but rather what they needed to defeat was themselves, their own inner demons. Which expert didn't kill people? No matter what was right or wrong, it was inevitable that a shadow would be left in their hearts. Normally, these shadows wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. In fact, like Yi Xian, he never felt that he'd killed any innocent people. However, in the cave of the second secret realm, there was a strange power that would constantly affect the judgment of those who entered. When the person who entered was completely focused on resisting the pressure, a powerful killing intent and illusions suddenly exploded out. It was likely that not many people would be able to withstand it. There was only one consequence of not being able to see through it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions, or even to the point of occupying one's divine sense. Not to mention occupying one's divine sense, even if it was only a little bit, it would still be expanded time and time again because of the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be devoured by negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's own inner demons. If one wanted to pass, then one either had an incomparably strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to cause anyone who entered the 9th floor and above to be directly washed out, regardless of their cultivation. Fortunately, the system prompted him to come into contact with the illusion. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have died here as well. Yi Xian frowned. However, he didn't hesitate at all and continued walking forward. Chapter 2831. 2419. The test the first time was someone Yi Xian killed. The second time was someone by Yi Xian's side who died in vain. The third time was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. Fortunately, no matter who they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would immediately come into contact with them. This place is very interesting. The first time it scared you to death. The second time it made you feel guilty to death. The third time it made you fall into the sorrow of longing. It seems like this second secret realm was built by someone and not formed naturally. Yi Xian said indifferently with a smile on his face. It seemed that he'd already grasped some special changes in the second secret realm. Continue forward. Once Yi Xian figured this out, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. It was unknown if it was because Yi Xian had already comprehended it, or if there weren't any obstructions to begin with. In short, Yi Xian's progress was exceptionally smooth, until Yi Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the dark cave. He sighed with emotion in his heart. In fact, this kind of test was truly difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, this kind of existence that induced one's own negative emotions was more of a threat to those who entered. After all, this test required those who entered to defeat their own inner demons. In fact, it even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Yi Xian walked out of the cave with a step, only to discover that the flash behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Yi Xian, there were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost exactly the same. On the left side, there were either magic treasures, formations, restrictions, divine talismans, puppet beasts, and so on. However, on the right side, there were piles of materials and tools needed for refining. This was actually the second stage of the test? Yi Xian was extremely astonished. It had to be known that this was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a test. The most important thing was that it was so comprehensive. This second stage was simply to test the profession of the person who entered. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he would have to refine the items on the platform he was standing on. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian really didn't have anything to worry about regarding his secondary profession. After all, in reality, his secondary profession could be considered very comprehensive. Even if he didn't understand much, there was still the system. Yi Xian stood on the first platform. On top of it was a pill, and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Yi Xian had 2 chances to refine that pill. What would the result be if he failed? Yi Xian didn't even consider it because he knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Yi Xian's heart, this was no different from giving away treasures. This was because no matter what Yi Xian refined with the help of the system, he would succeed in one go. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't that mean that Yi Xian would have all of them? There were no rules here. saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Azure Sky Pill? Trash pills. Yi Xian casually glanced at the pill and casually waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully passed. On the second platform, Yi Xian was still too lazy to take another look at refining a divine armament. This was because it was too simple. One platform after another was continuously broken by Yi Xian, but as he walked forward, the requirements became higher and higher. However, this was all within Yi Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platforms' tests were of the same level. Until the last platform. At this moment, when Yi Xian stood on the last platform, he couldn't help but smile. This test was really interesting because there was actually nothing on the last platform. All there was an altar. The meaning of this test couldn't be more obvious. He was going to take out the resources he had accumulated from the previous platforms and then refine something of the highest quality. If he passed, then he would pass. If he didn't, then he would stay. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that if there really was a genius that passed through these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials, then what kind of expression would they have when they reached the last platform? The person who designed this second stage of the test really knew how to scheme. Of course, all of this was impossible for Yi Xian. With a thought, Yi Xian directly had the system choose the method to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman. An ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 great ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason he chose this divine talisman was very simple. It was because his quality was already qualified, and the materials he needed were the least. Yi Xian spent 4 hours. With the help of the system, he finally refined the divine talisman and placed it on the altar. The only thing left to do was to wait. Whether or not he could pass the test, he could only wait. Of course, Yi Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no longer anyone in charge of this place. If that was the case, then no matter what kind of powerful thing Yi Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. This light constantly twisted and turned in the sky, making it impossible for people to know where its source was. However, it gave Yi Xian the feeling that the light seemed to be a formation. The light shone on the divine talisman that Yi Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a medallion suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian saw the words on the medallion, he was slightly astonished. Proof of identity of a low-level trial taker. It was only a few short words. What Yi Xian cared about wasn't the sudden appearance of the medallion, but the 3 words low-level trial taker on it. One had to know that there were probably not many people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Yi Xian had only obtained the identity of a beginner trial taker by using this item to pass the test. Then what did a high-level trial taker need in order to pass? At this moment, Yi Xian instantly understood the era that the second secret realm was originally in. It was likely that Yi Xian had unintentionally entered an ancient secret realm. This was an ancient secret realm. A legendary existence. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the Kunlun Divine Domain's Divine Master, Miyu, didn't know if they had the fortune to enter an ancient secret realm. Who would have thought that this time, Yi Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm? Although Yi Xian didn't have enough reason to prove his guess. Chapter 2832. Overlapping coexisting space. At the same time that Yi Xian was overjoyed, he was also quite worried. The power of the ancient era was simply too powerful. It was an era that belonged to legends. At that time there were countless experts. Then was it a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian to enter the ancient era's test? However, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now that Yi Xian had already reached this step, there was no room for maneuver. Other than bracing himself and continuing on, he had no other choice. After all, the path he came from had already disappeared. The only choice left for Yi Xian was to advance. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Yi Xian's body. Before Yi Xian could even react, he discovered that he was being forcefully teleported. It was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array allowed one to choose their own target and then teleport. As for the teleportation of this light, it was a mysterious force that enveloped Yixian, as if it wanted to bring him somewhere. Yixian didn't know where he was going to bring Yixian, but he knew that it was best not to try to defend against it. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a trial ground, then why would Yixian need to defend against it? Very quickly, Yixian appeared in front of a palace. And this was the third stage. Yixian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any of the buildings Yixian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built towards the ground. It was as if a huge hole had been dug out and then built layer by layer. However, the key point was that there was an independent floating space on each level. Once Yixian entered a certain level, he would actually be in a floating space that was like a floating island. Yixian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he didn't use his spiritual will, then Yixian would really be walking down the stairs step by step. However, once his spiritual will was released, what Yixian saw through it was a huge continent. On these continents there were birds and beasts, as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space. Moreover, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Yixian wanted to go to any space, he didn't need to make any unnecessary movements. He only needed to switch the way he saw it. Looking with one's eyes and looking with one's spiritual will were two completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes, and I don't use my spiritual will? Suddenly, Yixian thought of this possibility. Thus, he closed his eyes and closed his spiritual will, hoping to use his own body to feel it. Yixian's body suddenly stiffened. Sure enough, it was another overlapped space. Once he didn't use his eyes or spiritual will to look, Yixian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed on all sides. No matter which direction Yixian went in, he would only be able to take 3 steps at most before hitting a wall. Just how many layers are there in this overlapping space? Yixian was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he was incomparably puzzled. Whether it was an overlapping space or a coexisting space, it was already very young. However, Yixian had never seen an overlapping space before. Wait a minute, if the time is different, will there be a change? Yixian couldn't help but think. Yixian didn't comprehend the laws of time, but that didn't mean that the system couldn't do it. After paying a certain price, Yixian gave himself the chance to use the laws of time for 1 second. In the next second, Yixian only allowed himself to use the laws of time to enter the next second. Sure enough, Yixian's expression changed drastically because he discovered that once he used the power of the laws of time, the overlapping space would also change at the same time. In other words, this place was simply a mysterious existence with countless overlapping spaces and coexisting spaces. Yixian had enough reason to believe that such a method had long since been lost in the God realm. To be able to possess such a method, then it could only be from the ancient times. Moreover, it was an expert from the ancient times. Just what kind of place had Yixian entered? Just what kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Yixian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He was even considering whether or not he should continue forward. However, even if Yixian regretted it, he didn't have the chance because all paths of retreat had already been sealed. Yixian only had one choice: to continue forward. Yixian didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. However, the only thing he was sure of was that if it was a fortuitous encounter, it would definitely be a great one. Of course, if it was dangerous, it would definitely be a great crisis. This was because this place was simply too special. Yixian originally thought that there would be some sort of test in the third stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that he was thinking about every step he took. However, Yixian never imagined that there wouldn't be any tests in the third stage. Yixian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this stage, there really was a corridor. It wasn't until Yixian arrived at the bottom level that he realized this. At this moment, when Yixian stood on the lowest level of the platform, he revealed a helpless expression. It was just a corridor. Why did it have to be so miraculous, causing Yixian to be extremely careful and on edge? At this moment, there were 2 doors in front of Yixian. However, what surprised Yixian was that these 2 doors weren't the doors that people usually saw, but the gate of law. This door was completely constructed from the laws. If Yixian didn't already know about the uniqueness of this place, He might even suspect that it was formed naturally. It could be said that the form of this door was no different from an ordinary door. However, there was a huge difference in appearance. From time to time there would be flashes of light above the door. That light was the light of law. Yixian could clearly see the light of law, and he could also clearly feel the power of law within the light. However, Yixian fell into deep thought as to how to open the gate of law. The two gates of law had different powers of law. Moreover, one had to think about which door to enter. System, detect what the power of law is in those two doors. Yixian said to the system, if he wanted to make a choice, then he had to first understand what law it was. Ding! System notification. The law gate on the left is the law of life, healing, and recovery. Ding! System notification. The law gate on the right is the law of darkness, and abyss. Yixian frowned slightly. Each door had the power of 3 laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws had a certain degree of coherence and were opposed to each other. Chapter 2833. Ancient Ruins. Yixian didn't hesitate much and directly chose the door on the left. It could be said that if one chose the door on the right, they would possess the power of the laws of darkness, and the abyss. In that case, they would possess an extremely powerful concealment ability and a certain amount of combat strength. As for the law gate on the left, it had a strong ability to continue fighting. Yixian didn't know if walking into the law gate meant that he would be able to possess such a power of law. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Yixian would choose it. When he arrived at the door, Yixian was somewhat worried. He didn't know how to push open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, and it was also impossible to push or pull. Then what should he do? After pondering for a moment, he realized that he had no clue. Yixian didn't care about it and directly extended his hand. In just an instant, Yixian clearly felt the powerful power of the laws. It felt as though the power of 3 types of laws was entwined in his hand. Yixian didn't grasp any of these laws. At this moment, Yixian didn't use any of them. Instead, he started to comprehend them with his heart. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of life. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding! System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of recovery. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. For 3 months, Yixian remained motionless in that position. But along with the system's notification, Yixian woke up. At this moment, Yixian was rather excited. After all, it was difficult for him to not be excited after comprehending 3 types of law energy at once. One had to know that in the outside world, not to mention 3 types of law energy, even if it was just one type of law energy, and it was just a chance to comprehend it, it would still cause a battle. But at this moment, Yixian was actually able to comprehend it so easily. There was no danger and it didn't even take too much time. Could it be that this was the reward? Yixian couldn't help but think in his heart. After all, everything that had happened now couldn't allow Yixian to not go in this direction. After all, this surprise was simply too great. After grasping the power of these 3 laws, Yixian naturally knew the way to enter the gate of laws. Actually, this gate of laws was just an existence equivalent to a filter. Those who possessed the power of 3 laws at the same time could directly enter. Therefore, the current Yixian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Yixian, but if it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Yixian possessed an eternal bloodline, and he'd also activated a special talent. Yixian could comprehend any law. As long as Yixian was given the chance and time, then no matter what law it was, Yixian would be able to grasp it. However, others couldn't. Generally speaking, no matter how talented you were, it was impossible for you to possess too many laws at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection but a complete rejection. If it was an ordinary person, if they comprehended the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of the power of a law. However, if they wanted to comprehend the power of other laws, it would be extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to comprehend a mutually exclusive power. Only Yixian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability. He could ignore the rules of the laws and comprehend any power of the laws at will. When Yixian walked into the gate of laws, What he saw caused him to be incomparably shocked. 3 halls. There were only 3 halls here. When Yixian entered, there was also a huge stone tablet. He didn't know what material the stone tablet was made of, but he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. This was because in this secret realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the fact that the stone tablet was still able to maintain its undamaged appearance meant that it was special. There were ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that there weren't many people in the current god realm that knew these words. Of course, Yixian didn't know them either. System, what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Yixian didn't need to get to know him. Ding system prompt. Data collection in progress. Ding system prompt. Text analysis in progress. Ding analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course he had to check. There were no creatures or records in this secret realm. This stone tablet could be considered the only record that Yixian could find. Very quickly the words were translated. Only after Yixian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless experts. Naturally, there were also countless sections. The righteous and evil forces were the same. This secret realm was originally just a secret realm that wasn't too strange, but because of a war it became quite strange. The Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had always been 2 opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the strength of the 2 divine palaces was not too outstanding, but they also had their own uniqueness. Because of the disagreement in their ideals, the 2 divine palaces had been fighting for millions of years before the twilight of the gods. The stone tablet recorded the last battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't a war between the 2 divine palaces. Instead, a mysterious organization attacked the 2 divine palaces at the same time for the 2 ancient weapons that the 2 divine palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the 2 opposing forces that had been fighting for millions of years would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even if the 2 divine palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the 2 great shrines were in imminent danger. But at this time the protector appeared. There was no record of what the guardian was, but from their words, Yixian could tell that the 2 divine palaces and even the superpowers were incomparably afraid of the guardian. The guardian had mediated this war, but as the price, he had to take away 2 ancient weapons. The 2 divine halls naturally wouldn't be willing, so after some discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed off the secret realm. It could be said that this was a choice of mutual destruction, and the truth was as such. Now that Yixian had arrived here, he couldn't see any more living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this secret realm. It was that those who possessed the physique of complete laws could enter, but at the same time they were also marked. In fact, Yixian could already feel 2 rays of light revolving around his divine deity, 1 black and 1 green. There was a force contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered this place would obtain all the treasures of the 2 divine halls, but at the same time, they would also bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the guardian. According to the contents of the contract, if Yixian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, then he would be devoured by the 2 rays of light and perish. Chapter 2834. Supreme God damn it! Could it be that these 2 so-called shrines have a collective mental disorder? Yixian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. In Yixian's eyes, the actions of these 2 shrines were truly too paranoid. They had placed all their hopes on the people who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the people who entered would have the strength to defeat the 2 great powers? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? Even in ancient times, he was definitely a rare genius with a physique that was full of laws. Furthermore, having 2 shackles engraved on his divine deity was something that no one would be able to accept. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't have the chance to choose at all. Now that the matter was settled, the 2 shackles had silently formed from the moment Yixian entered the Gate of Laws. And this method was the legendary law contract. Yixian had once heard of the law contract. It was said that some experts could use some sort of secret technique to use the power of the laws to set up a contract that was supervised by the laws. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was that the power of the laws would be stripped away, and it was even possible for the divine deity to shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only a legendary expert possessed. Yi Xian just didn't expect that he would encounter a legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One had to know that even the Divine Lord Miemo had never seen such power before. The law contract was no longer as simple as borrowing the power of the laws. It could only be done by communicating with the laws. It could be said that these were two different realms of existence. Generally speaking, that level was called the Supreme God. To be more precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord. If Miemo could break through, then he would be able to enter that level. However, Yi Xian was only a mere God King. Moreover, he was only a Tier 1 God King, yet he had already come into contact with something on the level of a Supreme God. He didn't know whether Yi Xian should laugh or cry. Regardless of whether he cried or laughed, the outcome was already set in stone. Therefore, Yi Xian could only accept it. Yi Xian walked towards the hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this secret realm can only be entered by people with complete physiques of the laws. However, in order to confuse people, they created a few tests. What kind of contract is this? This is simply luring people in. The Shameless Nature Divine Palace, the Shameless Darkness Divine Palace, they actually used such a method to trick me. Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. After all, the actions of the two great halls were truly unworthy of their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was already something that happened in ancient times. In fact, it was possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of them for free. However, even now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other force was apart from knowing that there was a guardian. This time, Yi Xian was rather confused when he searched for treasures in the secret realm. Soon Yi Xian walked into the hall. There was no protection in the hall. It was obvious that everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain it. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he realize that there wasn't anything important at all. Once one entered the hall, they would discover that the hall was actually divided into two in the middle. The so-called Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had long since merged together. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still be here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether or not Yi Xian truly had a physique of the laws. Once one entered the hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the hall. These two ancient hilts looked like long swords, but the material seemed to be ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two great halls were actually protecting two stone swords, then Yi Xian probably wouldn't believe anything he said. There was something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, the two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary. However, this time Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible formation that prevented Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from the two divine swords at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered closed with a bang. A ray of light shot in front of Yi Xian. Within the light, an aged voice sounded out. "You're finally here." These words seemed to mean that he'd waited for Yi Xian for a long time. But Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say the same thing to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma idol. Moreover, it was the kind of Dharma idol that didn't have any abilities and could only be used to transmit certain information. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued. "Fated person, for you to be able to come here, I believe you already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you no longer have a choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used our last bit of strength to set up this ultimate examination. Fated person, please forgive us for having no choice but to treat you with caution. After all, you are our only hope. This hall, this secret realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope." Fated person, from this moment onwards, if you want to leave, you can only pass our test. Please work hard for us and for yourself. Oh. At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse because he seemed to have been forced to sign a law contract. Just now, he was forced to sign a law contract, and now, he was forced to undergo some 6 tests. This kind of feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a secret realm set up by an ancient expert. With Yi Xian's current strength, how could he possibly do anything to it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Yi Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation. Yi Xian was very clear about this. It was an overlapping space. This place was actually also an overlapping space. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the same spot without any changes. What changed was the surrounding environment. To be precise, it brought Yi Xian into another coexisting space. Chapter 2835. Sudden attack. What exactly were the 6 tests? Yi Xian didn't know at the moment. Perhaps these 6 tests were referring to 6 different tests, or perhaps they were referring to the comprehensive test of the 6 types of law energy. Yi Xian didn't know. Therefore, Yi Xian could only wait. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. When the Dharma idol finally finished complaining and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Yi Xian began the first test. At this moment, the environment that Yi Xian was in was an extremely strange space. Around Yi Xian were numerous enormous mountains. Vaguely, one could see the luxurious palaces on the mountaintops. However, there was only one path in front of Yi Xian, a path that could only be walked. After entering the overlapping space, Yi Xian discovered that he couldn't fly at all. It wasn't that there was a restriction or that there was some sort of suppression. Instead, here it seemed to be just a flat surface. Simply put, in the outside world there was a height, but here there was no height. The so-called height was only the height that could be seen with the naked eye, but it could only be as high as it could be. It was impossible for it to rise any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of the power of law. 2-dimensional power of law. It was an extremely rare type of power of law. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only length and width, without any height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be able to face it calmly without panicking at all. However, Yi Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the ultimate test that the 2 great shrines had condensed with their final strength be that simple? It was almost impossible for Yi Xian to walk over with his current strength. Fated one, please move forward. Your first test is to walk through this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the beginning of the test. Yi Xian looked at the path in front of him, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. He was afraid that this path wouldn't be easy to walk on. Sure enough, when Yi Xian took his first step, a change immediately occurred. Suddenly, countless Dharma idols condensed on both sides of the so-called path to the heavens. These Dharma idols all appeared incomparably solemn, and their eyes were all locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful gazes wasn't easy to bear. However, Yi Xian no longer had a choice. This was because after Yi Xian took his first step, the space behind him had already transformed into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Yi Xian could only continue walking forward. The God-slaughtering sword was already in Yi Xian's hand. No matter what kind of unknown existence was in front of him, Yi Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A loud roar sounded out. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Their appearance was without any warning, but there was no doubt that their bodies were powerful. Hoo-hoo! As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they attacked without pause. From the mouths of each divine beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already fallen into danger. That powerful attack caused Yi Xian to have no choice but to dodge. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that any attack would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow zone of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts didn't enter the yellow zone. Yi Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into doubt. What was going on? If those divine beasts wanted to attack him, Why wouldn't he attack when he was in the yellow zone? If it wasn't an attack, then such powerful rays of light couldn't be for Yi Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Yi Xian was unable to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding! System prompt, please note, the current conditions are insufficient. The system is unable to determine. Insufficient conditions? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Yi Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Yi Xian didn't provide any valid data to the system at all, so the system had no way of determining what was going on. Now that the system couldn't be counted on, who else could Yi Xian count on? It seemed that Yi Xian was the only one who could continue this test. However, how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attack made Yi Xian very clear that he was powerless to resist it head-on. He couldn't possibly be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly, Yi Xian raised his brows because he discovered something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Moreover, although countless divine beasts interweaved and attacked, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that the test this time was to test one's dodging ability? Yi Xian was in disbelief. After all, if it really was this kind of test, then it would be too simple. However, Yi Xian couldn't find any other reasonable explanation, so he could only continue according to his own thoughts. Of course, was it really as simple as Yi Xian thought? Was this test of dodging really that easy as Yi Xian thought? This was a test created by the two great shrines. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely couldn't be described with two simple words. After waiting for a moment, Yi Xian finally prepared to give it a try according to his own thoughts. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged out. In the beginning, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge through the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this test wasn't difficult at all. However, as Yi Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back. As Yi Xian walked forward on the endless path to the heavens, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian finally saw it clearly. It turned out that this so-called divine beast was also a Dharma idol. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols constructed from energy. Powerful divine beast Dharma idols continuously appeared, and the moment they appeared, they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Yi Xian arrived at a suitable location. Chapter 2836. The new use of divine deity. Moreover, the attacks at the start were fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable dodging route in the shortest amount of time, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, regardless of whether he didn't find a suitable route or if his movements were slightly slower, Yi Xian would suffer a berserk attack. That attack was fatal. Yi Xian's figure continuously dodged. Fortunately, because there were two-dimensional laws here, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to his height. However, dodging left and right wasn't that simple. Sometimes, Yi Xian needed to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye in order to dodge one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended onto Yi Xian's body. There wasn't the slightest sign of the pressure appearing. Although the pressure wasn't too powerful, it was a sudden eruption that caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to uncontrollably retreat a little. It was just a little distance, but it actually caused Yi Xian to almost die. That was because a berserk attack had descended upon them from that small distance. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and stabilized his figure. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. The consequences of being heavily injured on the path to heaven could be imagined. At that moment, Yi Xian was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. In a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was this? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue forward. This was because every time he took a step forward, a distance would disappear behind him. It felt as if Yi Xian was only at his original spot. It wasn't that Yi Xian was moving, but that the path to the heavens was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on high alert. How could he dare to relax in the slightest? This was something related to Yi Xian's life, so he couldn't afford to joke around. He advanced all the way. It could even be said that it was a hopeless advance because after all you didn't know how far you still had to go. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end at all. The pressure that erupted from time to time seemed to be reminding Yi Xian to be careful and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without any warning, but as long as Yi Xian was the slightest bit careless, what awaited him wouldn't be that simple. Forward, forward. There was no end to it, no end to it. Yi Xian didn't know how long he'd been moving forward, nor did he know how many attacks he'd dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days? But in the end, Yi Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. No, perhaps it couldn't be considered as walking. At most, it could only be considered as passing through the first section of the journey. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. This yellow area allowed Yi Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Wrapped within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was lifelike. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the sculpture itself, but the thing in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle, and it was unknown what it was made of. Inside the bottle, one could clearly see a ball of light. With just a glance, Yi Xian was able to tell what the light represented. A complete divine deity. Inside the bottle, there was actually a complete divine deity. System, what is that? Yi Xian subconsciously asked the system. Ding. System prompt target, first-rate divine deity. What do you mean? First-grade divine deity? Could it be that divine deity was divine deity? Wasn't divine deity just divine deity? At most, it was just because of the difference in realms. Why would there be a first-rate divine deity? Yi Xian was greatly astonished. He couldn't help but ask the system. System, what is this first-rate divine deity? What is it used for? Ding, system prompt. Divine deity represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the divine deity, the higher this person's potential will be. Divine deity represents divine potential? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the god realm for such a long time, but he'd never heard of divine deity being differentiated. Thus Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system's prompt didn't end. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system's prompt continued to ring. Ding, system prompt. Host, please note, the division of divine deity is similar to the title of the crown, but the title of the crown increases the host's combat strength, while the level of divine deity increases the host's potential. Hearing the system's reply, although Yi Xian had a simple understanding of the use of divine deity, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had completely resolved his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if divine deity has such a use, why is it that no one would have any ideas about other people's divine deity? Ding, system notification. Host, please note, the division of divine deity has been lost since the ancient times, and only places like the ancient secret realms can have some records. And seizing other people's divine deity to strengthen one's own divine deity only exists in the paramount god realm. The system's answer answered Yi Xian's doubts. It wasn't that no one knew the level of divine deity. It could be said that the level of divine deity had always been there, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. To put it simply, there was no longer any division of godhood in the divine world. That was because the legacies of godhood had been severed. Only in some arcana realms could one learn about the division of godhood, such as the second arcana realm. After all, the second secret realm, strictly speaking, was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal for him to know about the level of divine deity in the second secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian actually felt lucky in his heart. After all, it was fortunate that Yi Xian knew about this news ahead of time. One had to know that since there were levels of divine deity, and now such a divine deity had appeared as a reward on the path to the heavens. Obviously, the divine deity of others could also be used to strengthen their own divine deity. If Yi Xian didn't know about this, then one day he wouldn't even know that someone was thinking about his divine deity. Moreover, even if he obtained the divine deity, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time Yi Xian could be considered lucky, but it wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 2837. Soul-devouring sword god. Of course, there were still a lot of things that Yi Xian didn't know about, and there were naturally a lot of things that were even more terrifying than stripping away divine deity. However, Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with them yet. System, what's the use of this divine deity? Yixian asked the system. Since this divine deity was given to him as a reward, then it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding, system notification. Host, please note, absorbing the divine deity without an owner can strengthen your own divine deity. Ding, system notification. If you want to obtain the divine deity without an owner, then you can kill the enemy and forcefully strip the enemies will before the enemy's divine deity shatters, thus preserving the complete divine deity. Ding, system notification. Divine deity stripper is a special profession from the ancient times, but it has now been lost. Was it lost? Yixian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was talking about the entire God realm or if it was just the God realm continent. If it was the God realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Just thinking about it made Yixian feel incomparably terrified. What kind of feeling would it be to forcefully strip away a person's will? Previously, Yixian knew that the result of the divine deity shattering would be his death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's divine deity was the most effective method of attack. But now the system told Yixian that the divine deity didn't need to be destroyed, but directly stripped away. Moreover, once it was stripped out, it could be used as a cultivation method. So it turned out that for the sake of cultivation, he really did everything he could. He didn't know how many more methods were waiting for Yixian to discover. Of course, it might be even more terrifying. Yixian hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still absorbed the divine deity. Not to mention anything else, Yixian was sure that this divine deity was probably left behind by an expert millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once an expert, but who would have thought that millions of years later, he would become Yixian's reward? After absorbing the divine deity, Yixian didn't discover anything unusual, and his strength didn't increase in the slightest. Something like potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when needed. Afterwards, Yixian didn't delay any longer and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many more tests were waiting for Yixian. Staying where he wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, he originally thought that there would be another test, but Yixian discovered that there was actually nothing. For a moment, Yixian relaxed a little. However, just when Yixian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A violent force instantly sent Yixian flying. It was fortunate that the god-slaughtering armor had always been on Yixian's body, so it was able to offset a portion of the attack. However, even the system didn't have time to warn him of this attack. Could be seen how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared in front of the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Yixian had heard that could speak since entering the second secret realm. Something. Yes, he was not a human, nor was he a beast. He was actually a mechanical puppet. Yixian had seen quite a few puppets, but he couldn't help but sigh at this mechanical puppet. It was truly a marvelous work of art. This puppet was made from the most common type of divine wood, but it was exceptionally detailed. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the person who came to take the exam. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you have no chance of passing my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Yixian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. He never thought that Yixian would actually be looked down upon by a puppet. What was a puppet? It was simply a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, after all, an object without a soul. But Yixian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Yixian feel good? That was simply a lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Yixian was infuriated as he directly asked the system. Ding! System prompt, designated target, no realm. No realm? Yixian was slightly stunned. What did this not mean? Without a realm, he could repel Yixian in one move? Yixian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie at all. In that case, it was obvious that the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed as though it had some sort of unique methods. Yixian frowned. He paused for a moment, then ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaughtering sword and charged out. This time, Yixian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and a puppet that didn't even have a cultivation base, then it would be a little unreasonable. Die! Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The immense power caused a whirlwind to spring up on the path to heaven. Unfortunately, it was useless. The puppet actually ignored Yi Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible god-slaughtering sword had encountered something that couldn't be destroyed at all. Yi Xian's fierce strike only left a white mark on the puppet's body. So hard. What exactly was this thing made of? Could it be that it was really just an ordinary divine wood? Impossible. How could an ordinary divine wood be so hard? Yi Xian seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke. However, at the same time Yi Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually just a little fellow who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Lord stage. No wonder he's so weak. Little fellow, this isn't a place you can come to. You should go back quickly. Once again he was despised. Yi Xian was despised by a puppet once again. Damn it. Yi Xian was incomparably furious. Go back, if only he could go back. Right now Yi Xian didn't have a choice at all. He could either fight and clear all the way, or he could be trapped here to death. Wei Zhentian magic treasure form. Attack. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. Flower God Sword Attendant. Kill him. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and unleashed his strongest attack. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time as he released the sword attendants in Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian also used other methods. Dharma Idol. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma idols, and now Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma idol to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine continent. In the heavens only the sword can kill souls. Soul-devouring sword god Dharma idol, come out. Chapter 2838. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time the Dharma idol was attached to his body. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was different from the other Dharma idols. Not to mention the enemy, even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected. Why did he choose the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls and other living beings also had souls. However, there were no puppets. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain specific tasks according to their master's wishes. But now there were no longer any living people in this secret realm. Yet this puppet was carrying out its mission. It even made its own judgment and felt that Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, then it would be easy to deal with it. It could be said that facing such a powerful puppet, using the soul as an attack point was Yi Xian's best and only chance. The soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol restrained the soul, so Yi Xian used the soul-devouring sword god. Kill. Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem to be much different from before. But this time the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to dodge like Yi Xian did when he attacked. Instead, it directly dodged far away. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel so scared? The puppet had already jumped away when it moved, but it still asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the qualifications to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the puppet's question, the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, the Flower God Sword Attendant, and the 100 Flowers Flower God attacked first. However, this did not arouse the puppet's vigilance at all. Instead, with a casual wave of his hand, a violent force actually swept away the god rank mounts, the 100 Flowers Flower God, and the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the Flower God Sword Attendant. There was no way to resist. In front of this puppet, a powerful god rank mount didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize just how much shock it had brought Yi Xian. At this moment, its eyes were still blinking as it looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet. Just what was this guy made of? How could he be so powerful? What should he do? It seemed that all of Yi Xian's methods were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to make a move to know that it was impossible for him to defeat this puppet. However, if he didn't defeat this puppet, it meant that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue forward. There was only one final result, and that was to be trapped here to death. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Feeling the power of the soul-devouring sword god on his body, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His face even revealed an expression of ecstasy. Perhaps this wasn't a test for Yi Xian at all, but a reward for him. Whether it was the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant or the Flower God Sword Attendant. Actually, Yi Xian had long since discovered that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At the very least, before they strengthened it, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current footsteps. In that case, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. There were many ways to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant. However, why did he have to strengthen the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant itself? If the soul on this puppet was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would be able to occupy the puppet's body? If it succeeded, then how much would the strength of the Thousand Hand Sword Attendant increase by? It could be said to have increased by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be overjoyed? Although he didn't know what this puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the material of his body was extremely special and powerful. And the soul-devouring sword god had a special ability called Soul Battle. The name of the Soul Battle divine ability was simple, and its meaning was also very simple. It was used to allow the souls of two designated targets to fight against each other. This was a method used by the soul-devouring sword god to deal with enemies. Moreover, enemies were often able to escape this kind of control. One had to know that once the enemy saw through it, they would naturally not be able to fight. However, Yi Xian now had a new method of using it. He wanted to fight the soul of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant with the soul of the puppet, and he wanted the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant to seize the puppet's body. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of depression from before. All that was left in his heart was ecstasy. In fact, Yi Xian even thought to himself, "I've picked up a treasure. This time I've picked up a treasure." Wasn't that so? Yi Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant succeeded, it could be said that the effect would be better than leveling up several times. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian naturally knew that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would definitely not go against him. He was afraid that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant would be extremely happy in his heart. Yi Xian had gambled this round. In any case, even if he failed, Yi Xian wouldn't suffer a greater loss. After all, if he failed, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be trapped here for who knew how long. "Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, are you ready?" Yi Xian lightly asked with a smile on his face. The Thousand Beast Sword Attendant nodded. He naturally understood Yi Xian's thoughts. Since everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't stop. Soul of the soul, thousands of reincarnations, revolving and unbreakable. Yi Xian chanted an incantation and launched an attack. He didn't know what era this soul-devouring sword god was from, but he still had to chant an incantation to activate a divine ability. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Yi Xian activated his Dharma Idol ability, the bodies of the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant and the puppet stiffened at the same time, not moving an inch. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a battle of souls. Yi Xian couldn't see what that kind of battle was, so he could only wait silently. 2 hours, another 2 hours. Day after day, Yi Xian didn't care about how long had passed. But finally the result was out. The Thousand Beast Swordsman suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant failed? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't indicate that the Thousand Beast Sword Attendant had died. So Yi Xian didn't give up. Instead, he closely stared at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved and charged towards Yi Xian. "Greetings, Master." Chapter 2839. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He had succeeded. He had really succeeded. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet, and had even found a new body for the Thousand Beast Sword Servant. Ding! System notification. Host, please note, The Thousand Beast Sword Servant has evolved into a divine wood sword servant due to special opportunities. All of the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's original abilities have disappeared, and it has obtained the divine wood sword servant's exclusive abilities: infinite defense, infinite growth, infinite resurrection. Infinite defense. The divine wood sword servant can expand or shrink all of its defense at will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power will weaken. Infinite growth. The divine wood sword servant's original body is a divine wood, so it can cultivate on its own, but the speed is extremely slow. Infinite resurrection. The divine wood sword servant has the special ability to revive a withered tree. Even if it dies completely, as long as there is a little bit of its body left, it can instantly revive. F***CK. Yixian couldn't help but curse. This divine wood sword servant seemed to be even stronger than the Thousand Beast Sword Servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these three skills seem to be nothing special in reality, Yixian was very clear about how abnormal these three abilities were. Being able to control the range of his defense according to his will was equivalent to allowing Yixian to have a map of his defense. The key was that even if this defense was broken, it could immediately recover. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. However, just how powerful was the defense of the divine wood sword servant's puppet? Yixian had personally experienced it, and even the god-slaughtering sword was unable to harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defense wasn't strong enough? Moreover, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on his own. Although it was a little slow, there was at least some hope. In the future, Yixian might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter to increase the speed of the divine wood sword servant's improvement. Speaking of which, could it be that this didn't prove how powerful the divine wood sword servant was? Of course, it was a pity that the Thousand Beast Sword Servant's previous abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to obtaining a new ability, Yixian didn't care much about the ability to disappear. In any case, the god rank mount didn't disappear. Instead, it returned to Yixian's hands. Thinking about it, the Thousand Beast Sword Servant actually didn't lose much of its abilities. At this moment, Yixian was incomparably delighted, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, it was impossible for Yixian to be trapped here forever. There were no obstructions along the way. That puppet was basically the only way out of this place. Yixian's method of passing the trial might be a little suspicious of cheating, but after all, as long as he could pass, then no matter what method he used, there was nothing worth caring about. Here Yixian once again obtained a first-rate divine deity. Of course, Yixian also absorbed it. Who knew if he would ever encounter a complete divine deity in the future? The current battle was all about breaking the opponent's divine deity and causing the opponent to completely perish. It seemed like the divine realm continent no longer had such a method. Thus, to Yixian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete divine deity. After passing 2 trials in a row, Yixian's mood relaxed quite a bit. It seemed that the 2 divine halls tests were ultimately meant to strengthen Yixian. Unfortunately, the tests set up by the 2 divine halls seemed to be too high level. Perhaps they didn't expect that a person with a physique that was full of laws would actually be someone who hadn't even broken through to the divine lord realm. Perhaps their initial position was that no matter what, they had to reach the level of a paramount god to be able to enter this place. Of course, no matter what the 2 divine halls thought, the current Yixian had no way of knowing. The only choice he could make was to continue moving forward. Only by continuously moving forward would Yixian have the chance to leave this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Yixian walked to the next safe area, he was still shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space, as if it was overlooking the world. Just a glance at it made Yixian feel as if his soul had been suppressed. Strange eyes, powerful strength. Could it be that this was the 3rd stage's test? Moreover, this eye did not exist at all, but was formed from the power of the laws. The black pupil represented the power of the 3 great laws of the Darkness Divine Palace. The white eye was formed from the power of the 3 great laws of the Nature Divine Palace. As for the eye socket, it was the law of primal chaos. It was as if the law of primal chaos wanted to repair the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws, or as if the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws was trying to break free from the restraints of the law of primal chaos. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring fixedly at Yixian. What exactly was the test of this stage? Yixian was puzzled. At this moment, he hadn't suffered any attacks, nor did he feel anything different. Yixian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Yixian understand that he was undergoing an examination. However, this examination wasn't something that Yixian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Yixian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was the eye that occupied the entire sky. Yixian continued forward. Other than continuing forward, he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Yixian felt his body relax. Although in reality there wasn't any power to suppress Yixian, Yixian felt his body relax. It was the power of the two-dimensional laws. The power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared. Sure enough, Yixian had already flown into the sky the moment he moved. However, the power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared, and the huge eye in the sky was still there. Thus Yixian didn't dare to fly too high. This was because every time Yixian flew an inch higher into the sky, he would feel the pressure increase by a bit. Xiaoran, that huge eye, was not just used to look. Just what was the test of this stage? At this moment, Yixian couldn't help but guess in his heart. However, after all, it was impossible for Yixian to know what had not happened. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that covered Yixian. No system notification sounded out, allowing Yixian to understand that this light wasn't harmful to Yixian. However, this didn't mean that Yixian wasn't puzzled. Yixian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 6 loud sounds accompanied by 6 rays of light descended from the sky. They were also emitted from the eyes. 6 people. This time it wasn't a puppet but a real 6 figures. Chapter 2840. Origin Secret Realm. Yixian frowned. The current situation had already exceeded his imagination. Yixian had no idea what would happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Following that, all 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, none of them made any movements. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yixian. "You're the chosen one?" One of them asked Yixian. A powerful force exploded from his body, allowing Yixian to know that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I'm the chosen one." Although Yixian didn't know who these people were, he didn't dare to hide it. Hearing Yixian's reply, the 6 of them simultaneously focused their gazes on Yixian and sized him up. Average aptitude. Weak. Ordinary bloodline. Magic treasures are useless. Your mastery of the laws is not bad. The 6 of them, one after another, actually belittled Yixian to the point that he was useless. Yixian couldn't interrupt at all because the 6 of them didn't pay any attention to him. "Forget it, we don't have much time left. We don't have any other choice. Let's join hands and send him there." One of the 6 said indifferently. "Where to? Where to?" Yixian couldn't help but be puzzled. However, it seemed that he didn't have the right to speak at all. "Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to get out of there." "Then what do you think we can do? At this time, what other choice do we have? Our 2 shrines only have one spot to go there, and in millions of years, only such a little fellow who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 shrines has appeared. Do we still have time to ascend for 1,000,000 years? That's right, we have no choice. However, we might as well let him go to the lowest level zone first. I remember that each of us has a teleportation chance in our hands, so why don't we give him all 6 chances? Where he can go will depend on his own luck. What do you guys think?" "And I think so. I'm afraid right now, this is the only choice." Yixian really wanted to ask what they were talking about, and where they were going to send him. Unfortunately, even if Yixian asked, it would be useless. Suddenly, a dragon mark universe ring appeared on Yixian's finger without any warning. At the same time, Yixian's figure flew uncontrollably towards the eye in the sky. "What exactly do you want to do to me?" At this point, Yixian couldn't care less as he loudly spoke to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 6 of them were still muttering to themselves and completely ignored Yixian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. It's your luck to be able to enter that place. And it's also the only chance for our 2 shrines to fall or become stronger. Yixian entered the eye along with this voice. Afterwards, a powerful law energy was activated. And in an instant, Yixian's figure disappeared. When Yixian woke up once more, he already knew where he was, the boundary realm. The realm was a special place. It said that it existed, but as long as one's strength did not reach a certain level and their luck was not good enough, not to mention entering, even knowing about it would be very difficult. The realm was also a place that did not exist because it did not exist in any corner of the God realm. This place could be considered a secret realm, but it was not a secret realm. Legend has it that the realm was the birthplace of the laws. Those who were able to enter this place were definitely the most powerful geniuses and the most powerful forces in the God realm. No one knew where the realm was located, but those who knew were all yearning for it. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities here. But at this moment, the place Yixian was pointing to was only the lowest and lowest level of existence in the realm. The world zone was like a tall pagoda. However, each level of the world zone was like a boundless continent. In fact, each level was even larger than the God world. This was because this realm had its own unique law, and that was infinite reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, no one would be able to reach the end of their path. Because with every step they took, the law of infinite reproduction would expand the continent by a bit. This was not something that could be created by human power, but was naturally born from the mysterious law. Of course, the realm might be called another way to let the people of the God realm know what kind of place it was. Origin's secret realm. There were many other names for the realm. Origin's secret realm, ancestral grounds, primordial chaos, starting point. There were many different names. Different races, different inheritances, and so the names were different. However, the Origin secret realm was the most widely used. To be more precise, this realm was actually the ultimate inheritance of the God realm. It had been like this since the primordial era, followed by the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. In every period of time, this special Origin secret realm would always exist. Perhaps the other secret realms would disappear, but the Origin secret realm would not disappear at all. Of course, the Origin secret realm was incomparably vast, reaching as high as 999 levels. Could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin secret realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation gate that only appeared once in countless years, and then be teleported to an unknown place. The second was the special method of leaving that the various great powers grasped. For example, the 6 chances that the 2 shrines had given Yixian to leave. The third method was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace in every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation gate that led out of the Origin secret realm. Thus, becoming the master of the Origin Palace would give one the opportunity to enter and exit the Origin secret realm. Of course, the so-called Origin Palace Master was meant to become the most powerful existence on this level. When Yixian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an incomparably powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with God Emperor realm existences. As for a God King like Yixian, he could really be considered to be an exception. Why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Yixian curiously asked Yixian. Yixian turned around but was actually unable to see through his cultivation. System. Detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification. Host's cultivation level is insufficient. Unable to view. Unable to view. Didn't that mean that this person's strength far surpassed Yixian's by far too much? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why was it that in the outside world, powerful existences that could become divine lords were everywhere here? Chapter 2841. Demon God Divine Domain. Yixian didn't even know about such a terrifying place before. At this moment, Yixian felt powerless. He really wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that his cultivation was really only at the God King realm. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't dare to say it. After all, the God King realm was simply an exception here. Oh, isn't it just a realm? What's there to care about? Yixian suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently to that person. Who knew that person would actually smile and say, That's true. In our first level, basically everyone has just entered the origin secret realm. How could there be so much to pay attention to? I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the paramount god realm. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Zhang. Even the chain trap secret realm, you even reached that secret realm? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer so easily. However, could it be that these people all came from a certain secret realm? Could it be that they weren't from the divine realm? Where is this chain trap secret realm? Why don't I know about it? Yi Xian changed the topic and asked a question in return. Even if you don't know, our chain trap secret realm is only a very weak one in the ancient lost race secret realm alliance. This time our entire secret realm only got 3 slots to enter the origin secret realm. Ever since we lost contact with the divine realm, we can only come to the origin secret realm if we want to break through. What do you mean? Yi Xian was a little stunned. Ancient lost race secret realm alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that he had lost contact with the divine realm continent? Could it be that these people weren't from the divine realm continent at all? However, Yi Xian thought about it and understood that it would be strange if they were from the divine realm continent. One had to know that Mi Ming was only a god emperor, but he was a divine master of the Kunlun god domain. If these people were to be placed outside, they would be existences that surpass Mi Ming or Mi Ming. They couldn't possibly say that they were all divine masters of a god domain, right? If that was the case, no matter how big the divine realm continent was, it wouldn't be enough to divide them up. A single Kunlun god domain was the size of 3 million realms, and a single realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the divine realm continent was, it was impossible for it to have hundreds of thousands of divine masters. Moreover, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock and fear. He suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Although Yi Xian's methods were impressive, Yi Xian discovered that his strength wasn't even worth mentioning in the origin grounds. Is he really just a god king? That's impossible. If you want to enter the origin realm, you have to be at least at the god emperor realm. How did a mere first-grade god king like him get in? Something strange. Right, there must be something strange about this guy. There must be something special about him. Could it be that he came from the legendary divine realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Yi Xian when they saw him, but some of them saw through his true strength with a single glance. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade god king to appear in the origin realm. And that sentence, that Yi Xian came from the legendary divine realm continent, attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was helpless. He really wanted to say that this place as well as these people should be described as legends. He didn't expect that he would become an existence of legends. However, facing so many powerful existences, just the aura they emitted was already unbearable for Yi Xian. This wasn't the aura of 1 or 2 experts, but the pressure condensed from the aura of countless experts. However, it was a good thing that although these people were discussing amongst themselves, no one really made a move against Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yi Xian knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter and exit this place at will, then leaving now and raising his strength outside before coming in might be the wisest choice. The mysterious origin realm wasn't something that Yi Xian's current strength was qualified to stay inside. Yi Xian carefully left the crowd, found a deserted place, and activated the teleportation. These 6 teleportations didn't use teleportation talismans or anything else, but were directly bound to Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian only needed a thought to activate the teleportation and leave. Perhaps in the eyes of others, advancing from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm would indeed require a lot of time, and it would even be difficult for them to achieve it in their entire lives. However, Yi Xian was different. Therefore, Yi Xian dared to go out. Of course, he had to go out. Only after his strength rose to the God Emperor realm would Yi Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Yi Xian only thought about how powerful the origin realm was, so he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that those 6 experts wouldn't know where Yi Xian came from. It was impossible for them to teleport Yi Xian to the second secret realm. Thus, after Yixian was teleported away, he was stunned to discover that he'd once again arrived at an unfamiliar place. Not to mention anything else, Yixian knew that this wasn't the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yixian was in a wasteland. Yixian could tell that this wasteland might have been a bustling place countless years ago, but now there were only weeds, withered trees, and dilapidated walls. Yixian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he really wanted to know where this place was, it seemed that the most important thing right now was to be able to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place, so Yixian still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Yixian directly flew forward. One mountain after another flew past Yixian's feet. However, Yixian discovered that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yixian saw a building. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly landed. This was because Yixian wanted to find someone else to ask where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yixian landed on the ground, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a gathering place for divine beasts. Who are you? At the same time that Yixian landed, a strange divine beast arrived in front of him. Since it could speak the human language, it was obvious that this divine beast was not weak. Chapter 2842. Exterminating all. Who are you guys? Yixian coldly asked. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because of the other party's numbers. How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be rude to me? Another divine beast appeared in front of Yixian. The divine beast transformed into a human and pointed at Yixian's nose as it cursed. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet, then he was suspected by the experts in the origin realm. Now, even a mere divine beast dared to point at Yixian's nose and speak like this. Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me. Yixian frowned slightly as he gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and charged towards the divine beast. Puchi! A sword pierced through. Without any suspense, the sword pierced through. This was because although this divine beast could take human form, its strength wasn't very strong. Damn fellow, you actually dared to kill. No, he's a human. He's a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. A divine beast saw through Yixian's identity and roared loudly. The moment this human spoke, the surrounding divine beasts immediately pounced over, causing Yixian to be slightly stunned. He actually said that he was a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. Then it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Furthermore, it was a divine domain that was at odds with the Kunlun divine domain. And right now, wasn't the enemy of the Kunlun divine domain the demon god's divine domain? Could it be that he had actually been teleported to the demon god's divine domain? For a moment, Yixian was incomparably puzzled. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two divine halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's divine domain wasn't something impossible. Damn it, capture the spy. A divine beast roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced towards Yixian. Yixian wouldn't be polite either. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yixian. Wei Zhentian magic treasure form. Kill for me. Divine Wood Sword Attendant. It's time for you to make your move. Kill them all. This was the demon god's divine domain. If Yixian didn't kill these fellows from the demon god's divine domain, then they would definitely spread the news. At that time, Yixian would probably face the pursuit of the entire demon god's divine domain. The demon god's divine domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun divine domain. Then, once he was chased by the entire demon god's divine domain, the consequences could be imagined. If that was really the case, Yixian definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The two god-slaughtering swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, a bloody storm rained down, and the Divine Wood Sword Attendant also showed no mercy. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant's defense was incomparably strong, and its attack power was not weak either. The Divine Wood Sword Attendant waved its hands continuously, and every time it waved, a divine beast would definitely turn into a bloody mist. Regardless of whether it was in human form or in its original form, no divine beast could withstand a single attack from the Divine Wood Sword Attendant. Yixian stood on the spot as he looked at the purgatory around him. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. After all, these were all divine beasts, and they were divine beasts from the demon god's divine realm. If Yixian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yixian. Moreover, Yixian had also heard that in the demon god's divine realm, humans could be said to be like slaves. They couldn't even be considered slaves. Humans were delicious snacks for these divine beasts. Therefore, Yixian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these divine beasts. In just a short moment, all of the divine beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yixian. However, the only thing that made Yixian depressed was that the news had still leaked. Yixian's movements couldn't be said to be slow, but the number of divine beasts gathered here had reached over 10,000. Thus, Yixian didn't have the time to kill them all. In the end, there were still some divine beasts that spread the news. Once this news spread, Yixian knew very well what he would face next. A war between a single person and a divine domain. If Yixian wanted to live, then he could only walk out of the demon god's divine domain. However, Yixian wasn't prepared to leave just like that because Luolua was also in the demon god's divine domain. Yixian wouldn't give up on searching for her. Since he'd already arrived at the demon god's divine domain, Yixian wouldn't mind causing a ruckus. Devour. With a casual wave of Yixian's hand, the corpses of the tens of thousands of divine beasts were directly devoured by Yixian. Although the strength of these divine beasts was average and couldn't allow Yixian to level up, using the method of devouring to deal with the traces of battle was a very good method. Come out, I know you're hiding there. After doing all of this, Yixian casually spoke to a large tree. This was because Yixian had long since sensed that there was a person hiding within the tree. To be more precise, it was a divine beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise I definitely won't say anything. Please don't kill me. Sure enough, after Yixian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man, half-beast with a pig's head walked out. As soon as he came out, he directly knelt in front of Yixian. You want to live? Yixian indifferently asked the half-man, half-pig divine beast. I want to live, please don't kill me. The divine beast frantically knelt in front of Yixian and continuously kowtowed. Alright, if you want to live, then answer my questions honestly. However, if you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yixian looked at the divine beast. When the divine beast nodded, Yixian continued to ask, where is this place? Replying to my lord, this is the territory of the Heavenly Dragon King. Heavenly Dragon King? Who is the Heavenly Dragon King? Tell me the details. Yes. Replying to my lord, this Heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under the Divine Lord. He is a lord under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including our realm as well as the surrounding 100 realms, they are all his territory. Lord? Yixian was slightly astonished. However, thinking that this was the demon god's divine domain and not the Kunlun divine domain, he didn't think too much about it. After all, every divine domain had its own system and rules. As for this demon god's divine domain, it was a system of enfeoffment. A mere lord of 100 realms territory, this fellow was probably just a small character. After that, Yixian asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, this divine beast didn't know much, so it wasn't of any help to Yixian at all. Thus, Yixian killed him with a single sword strike without hesitation. Heavenly Dragon King? Perhaps this Heavenly Dragon King knew more things. Yixian didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the cave where the Heavenly Dragon King was. Some of the experts of the demon god's divine domain like to imitate the Kunlun divine domain and build huge cities to live in. However, there were also some who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wilderness. This Heavenly Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was also very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Chapter 2843. Lord Heavenly Dragon King. After all, it was the place where the Heavenly Dragon King lived, so there were quite a few divine beasts here. However, Yixian wouldn't care that much. The strength of these divine beasts were generally very average. Even the Heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Yixian, a high-level divine king. Therefore, Yixian wasn't afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Heavenly Dragon King's cave? When a transformed divine beast saw Yixian coming over, it directly stood in front of him. With a casual glance, Yixian could already tell that this fellow was only a mere 3rd-grade divine lord. Of course, an inferior divine lord would probably be considered an expert under the heavenly dragon king. Unfortunately, the one he met was Yi Xian. Thus he was destined to die. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. The god-slaughtering sword flew out and killed the divine beast with a single strike. When Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a moment later, the mountain was filled with the sounds of people, and a large group of divine beasts had already come out. After a while, the heavenly dragon king directly rushed out. "Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Are you courting death?" The moment the heavenly dragon king came out, he roared loudly. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't care about him at all. System. Detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification. Target. Superior Grade 4 God King Realm. Superior Grade 4 God King? Perhaps in this area, he could be called the Overlord. However, if he met Yi Xian, then he could only blame his bad luck. Yi Xian looked at the heavenly dragon king and indifferently said, "I'll give you two choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then I can consider sparing your life. Second, if you don't accept it, then I will take your head." The heavenly dragon king looked at Yi Xian as his eyes flickered. No matter what, he was the lord of this area. Now that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially after the heavenly dragon king saw through Yi Xian's identity and knew his strength, he laughed out loud. "Human, it's actually a human. Furthermore, it's a human at the superior grade 1 God King realm. Could it be that you're that divine lord from the human clan's resistance army?" Haha, I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of ants actually want to try and resist. Furthermore, they even arrogantly call themselves divine lords. Human brat, could it be that you're here to be my snack? Disdain. This was the disdain of the thorns. Even though the heavenly dragon king had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care at all. In the heavenly dragon king's eyes, there was only boundless disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god's domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a superior grade 1 god king, the heavenly dragon king had the cultivation of a superior grade 4 god king. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't meet Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly attacked the heavenly dragon king. Because to deal with this fellow, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. "Audacious human clan ant, you're courting death." The one who shouted this was not the heavenly dragon king, but an expert beside the heavenly dragon king. This fellow also had the cultivation of a medium grade 6 god king. However, in the demon god's domain, the human clan had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, there was no need to even think about cultivation techniques or divine abilities. It could be said that other than a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people did not have any decent divine abilities. Treasures and the like were even more out of the question. This fellow had enough confidence to kill Yi Xian. In his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a food, a human that wasn't even worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He wasn't one of the humans that had been bullied for countless years in the demon god's domain. "Die!" Yi Xian casually pointed. In an instant, a mysterious power was activated. Yi Xian used the 6 syllables incantation. The divine beast that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago died on the spot in the next moment. What? What's going on? In an instant, all the demon gods were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They didn't even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, they all felt that the human race was the lowliest race. They were just their food. Could food kill its master? They wouldn't have such a thought. Therefore, these divine beasts didn't know what was going on with the sudden death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. But then they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, by the time they found out, it was already too late. 6 syllables incantation destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a mysterious and profound power was activated once again. This time Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art. Extermination symbol art. Extermination race. This time Yixian used the extermination symbol art against these divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. Without any warning, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. This time over 1,000 divine beasts fell to the ground. They couldn't be any more dead. You, who exactly are you? This time even a fool could tell that there was something strange about Yixian. At the same time, they understood that the death of the medium-grade Divine King Realm Divine Beast was caused by Yixian. Although they didn't know how Yixian did it, it didn't stop them from determining that it was Yixian's doing. Damn it, human brat, you're courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yixian didn't return, the Heavenly Dragon King gave the order and countless divine beasts pounced towards Yixian. Even if these divine beasts were weaker than Yixian, they weren't afraid at all. In their eyes, Yixian was just food. Would Yixian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's divine domain. It could be said that Yixian was facing a divine domain by himself. If he showed mercy, then he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, these divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain didn't even see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and killed them at will. Then why would Yixian care about them? Yixian only needed to treat them as resources that he could devour. Mighty heaven-shaking magic treasure form, leave none alive. At the same time that the divine beasts charged over, Yixian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into a god-slaughtering sword, and immediately controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to charge out. Of course, Yixian himself moved. Eternal Night Domain. Chapter 2844. Capturing the Dragon King. Absolute Zero. The moment Yixian made his move, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero smashed towards the slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the heavens. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the divine beasts of the demon god's domain finally experienced what terror and despair were. In front of Yixian, they didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. They could only wait to be killed. At this moment, some of the divine beasts couldn't help but recall how they had surrounded and killed those humans. Wasn't it the same? It was just like now. However, at that time they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoy the feast. And today they were the ones being hunted down and killed at will. At the very least, they didn't have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent they were, the more terrifying they were. Other than the despairing cries of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. On the mountain top of the space, only miserable screams echoed. Stop right now. The Heavenly Dragon King couldn't help but shout loudly as he watched his people being continuously killed by Yixian. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. The Heavenly Dragon King was enraged and attacked Yixian. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't even need Yixian to make a move. Just the Divine with Sword Attendant alone was enough to put the Heavenly Dragon King in danger. If it wasn't for Yixian's order not to kill him, the Heavenly Dragon King would have died countless times. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. I beg of you to spare me, I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices reverberated in the mountains. However, they wouldn't be exchanged for Yixian's benevolence, no matter what evil deeds they'd committed. For his own sake, Yixian wouldn't let the divine beasts here leave alive. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was controlling the two god-slaughtering swords to fly around the surroundings. Any divine beast that tried to escape would be mercilessly killed by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Yixian released his god-tier mount, the Flower God Sword Attendant, and continued to kill. Because of the Eternal Night Domain, these divine beasts, who could no longer see anything, could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voice meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was an exception, and that was the Heavenly Dragon King, who was having a hard time fighting against the Divine with Sword Attendant. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have any fighting spirit left. It could be said that he only wanted to escape from this terrifying human race. However, he couldn't do it at all. In front of Yixian, he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, Yixian arrived beside the Heavenly Dragon King. At this moment, The Heavenly Dragon King didn't have half of his previous arrogant appearance. When he saw Yixian walk over, he hurriedly knelt in front of him. "My lord, spare me. My lord, spare me." He clearly had the cultivation of a high-level 4th-grade god king, but at this moment, the Sky King only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The impression that Yixian gave the Heavenly Dragon King was too deep, so deep that he would never forget it. That invincible attitude of casually slaughtering millions of divine beasts made this Heavenly Dragon King not have the slightest bit of resistance. "I'll give you another chance. Choose, are you obedient, or let me kill you? In any case, if I kill you, the other divine beasts will definitely cherish this chance to live." "No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want me to," the Heavenly Dragon King said loudly. At this moment he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Yixian nodded his head. In an instant, the divine wood sword attendant returned to Yixian's side from the Heavenly Dragon King's side. However, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He only wanted to escape. He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because the Heavenly Dragon King knew very well that Yixian's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Don't think that just because Yixian's realm was lower than his, Yixian was weaker than him. In reality, just a single divine wood sword attendant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. "Alright, if you want to live, then listen to me obediently." Yixian didn't care about this fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some use for this Heavenly Dragon King, Yixian wouldn't mind killing him. "Devour." With a wave of his hand, the divine beast corpses that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Ding! System notification: host has broken through. Current realm: 2nd grade high-level god king realm. Yixian didn't have the slightest expression. After all, Yixian knew that if he didn't reach the God Emperor realm, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Origin Secret realm. Yixian naturally wouldn't waste killing these divine beasts. The current Yixian would seize any opportunity to increase his strength. Yixian directly walked out with the Heavenly Dragon King. In Yixian's eyes, this demon god's domain could be considered a pretty good place. If Yixian could kill so many divine beasts, it would undoubtedly provide Yixian with quite a bit of cultivation. Quickly raising his cultivation and searching for Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Yixian right now. As for anything else, Yixian couldn't be bothered to think about it. Not long after Yixian left with the Heavenly Dragon King, a group of divine beasts arrived. However, when they saw the bloodstains on the mountain, they didn't see any corpses or any survivors. These people retreated in fear. Within a small area of the demon god's domain, a piece of news spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had snuck into the demon god's domain. Moreover, he had killed every beast he saw, leaving no survivors. Even an overlord's territory had been completely wiped out. Of course, there was also another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as a snack by the divine beasts, had actually produced an expert who went around killing divine beasts. But no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon god's domain. No one was willing to face Yixian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Yixian was. There were even quite a few indignant divine beasts that formed teams to kill Yixian. Of course, there were also lords who issued orders to capture Yixian. However, the next few days were abnormally average, causing people to be unable to understand what Yixian was going to do. Actually, what Yixian wanted to do now was very simple. It was to head to a genius training camp in the demon god's domain. Just like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon god's domain naturally had an existence similar to an academy. However, in the demon god's domain it was called a cave. This wasn't the cave that the human race was talking about, but a real cave. Yixian was going to a place called the Watermoon Cave. Many geniuses of the demon god's domain were gathered here. Originally, Yixian hoped that the Heavenly Dragon King would be able to provide him with information about Luo's whereabouts or a way to leave the demon god's domain. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon King was only a small character in the demon god's domain. Therefore, he couldn't count on the Heavenly Dragon King at all. It was useless to Yixian. Chapter 2845. 2433. Eating humans. The Watermoon Cave was, after all, the place where the geniuses of the demon god's divine realm gathered. Hence, all the people here were divine beasts in human form. When Yixian first arrived here, he even suspected that he'd arrived at the territory of the human race. After all, the entire city was filled with all kinds of divine beasts in human form. However, Yixian was very clear that this wasn't the territory of the human race. After all, the customs and habits here were completely different. At this moment, Yixian walked into a restaurant. Just like the Kunlun divine realm, although many divine beasts didn't need to eat and wouldn't be affected in any way, they were still used to eating something delicious. Yixian was prepared to taste the special dishes of the demon god's divine realm. Waiter, what special dishes do you have in your restaurant? Yixian asked the waiter. The waiter's strength was not bad. He already had the cultivation of a low-level divine king. At this moment, the waiter looked at Yixian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert. A rich man. Aya, this customer, you really are in luck. Today I have a few new desserts. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Oh, tell me about it. What's delicious? Yixian was also interested as he asked the waiter. All right, please take a look. This is a human dessert caught from the distant snowy region. The taste is very delicious. Our shop chef specially chose 10,000-year-old snow lotus velvet, 1,000-year-old ice heart soul spirit, 9,000-year-old divine water returning spirit grass, and has already added, and other divine herbs. Put the fresh twin human babies into the altar, refine them for 49 days, remove all impurities, and then refine them for 99 days with a live fire for 81 days. In this way, not only will the taste be incomparably delicious, but even when you eat it, the two babies will still be alive. All right, sir, please watch. With a wave of his hand, another image of a blade appeared in front of Yixian. This time it wasn't a baby, but a peerlessly beautiful young girl. Customer, look. This is a special ingredient made from human race's top-grade beauties. The main dish of the fairy banquet, the exquisite fairy. Look at how smooth the skin of a human girl is. How tender the meat is. Whether it's eaten raw or cooked, it's still delicious. Oh, Yixian frowned. There were actually two dishes that used humans as the main ingredients. Yixian clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was unbearable. However, Yixian was well aware that this was the demon god's domain after all. Thus, even if Yixian was angry in his heart, he could only be angry and not say anything. Since I've met you, then it can be considered fate. I only have this much power. If I can save one, then it's one. Yixian silently thought in his heart. After all, he had a purpose for coming to the water moon cave, so it wasn't good for him to cause a ruckus. This human beauty is not bad. And those two babies, don't put them in the dish yet. Bring them to me. Yixian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three of them. Hearing Yixian's words, the waiter revealed a slightly surprised expression at first, but he didn't think too much about it. However, he awkwardly said, This request of the customer doesn't make sense. These are just two main dishes, why would the customer have such a request? In the eyes of the waiter, Yixian's request was indeed incomparably strange. After all, who would have nothing better to do than look at the appearance of the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Could it be that the customer is afraid that the dishes aren't fresh enough? Rest assured, the dishes in our shop are all freshly caught, so they are guaranteed to be incomparably fresh. Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you? Yixian's face revealed a displeased expression. This wasn't a pretense. In fact, Yixian was already extremely furious in his heart. Aren't you making things difficult for me? These two babies are indeed newly born children of a human that my shop caught. However, this can definitely guarantee their freshness. Enough, if I say I want to see him, then I want to see him. With a bang, Yixian directly slapped the table. A table refined from high-grade black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yixian. When the waiter saw Yixian getting angry, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately said, Sir, please don't be angry. This lowly one will immediately inform the kitchen. The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came here to eat were either rich or noble. This was a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave. No matter what the cultivation level of the young people here was, Young Master Shang had an incomparably deep background. He wasn't an existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this moment, seeing Yixian get angry, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly, the waiter brought two people in. Each of them was dragging a cage in their hands. In one cage was the young girl, and in the other cage were the two babies. Ding! System notification detected a special bloodline, goddess bloodline. He didn't expect that the system would give him a notification as soon as the girl arrived. This girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's divine domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, the human race was only the lowest level of food in the demon god's divine domain. The corner of Yixian's mouth slightly raised as he directly asked the waiter, "What's the price of these two dishes?" Seeing Yixian ask about the price, the waiter immediately revealed a smile and said, "Dear customer, these two dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones, which is a very cheap price. If you like it, my shop can even give you a 20% discount. Only 40,000 spirit stones will do." 40,000 spirit stones? A special bloodline 3 lives was only worth 40,000 spirit stones. Yixian frowned, but there was nothing he could do. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. "Alright, count carefully. There are a total of 50,000 spirit stones here. I don't want any discount from you. I want these two dishes. Open the cage, I want to take them away now." Dear customer, although eating it raw is a good choice, after all, the human race is not clean. I'm afraid eating it raw will cause unnecessary problems. Dear customer, why don't you leave it to my shop to deal with it? Alright, I don't need you to care what I want to do. Scram. Yixian roared as he violently broke open the two cages. Since Yixian had already paid, no one would say anything when he broke open the cage. "Follow me," Yixian said to the young girl. At the same time, he'd already absorbed the two babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yixian and leave. After all, he didn't choose to go all out. Even though he knew very well that he had already been treated as food, he could only helplessly accept his fate. This was the helplessness of the human race in the demon god realm. Sometimes, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they were powerless to resist. Chapter 2846. Main course. Very quickly, Yixian brought the young girl away from the Watermoon Cave's subsidiary city. Actually, Yixian knew very well that it wasn't a good idea to have the young girl follow by his side or leave by herself. Of course, Yixian could choose to absorb him into the devouring space. However, since he'd come to the demon god's domain, Yixian naturally hoped to be able to save more humans. Thus, it might be a good choice for this young girl to stay outside and lead the way for Yixian. Those two babies were different. After all, the two babies could be effectively taken care of in the devouring space, so it was useless to leave them outside. However, this young girl was Yixian's only guide. Yixian released his spiritual will and carefully examined his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the young girl, "Alright, we're safe now." However, the young girl still looked at Yixian in panic. It was obvious that she thought that Yixian was going to eat her or harm him right now. Onyang Shui was very clear in her heart that once a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast from the demon god's domain, it could be said that her life was worse than death. In fact, she would even receive treatment that was even more terrifying than becoming a dish. Back then, because Ouyang Shui was naughty, she walked out of the village, but she didn't expect to be captured the moment she came out. Along the way, he had seen many encounters with the human clan. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people imprisoned together with her, but now he was the only one left. As for the two babies, Ouyang Shui had watched them being born. In reality, the two babies could be considered half human and half beast. Unfortunately, in the demon god's domain, half human and half beast had never been truly recognized. There were even people from the demon god's domain who specially raised a group of human women. Usually, they would be used as tools for the people of the demon god's domain to play with. The babies that they gave birth to would also be immediately sent to the restaurant. Along the way, Ouyang Shui was lucky but also unlucky. She was lucky because she was small and thin, so no one from the demon god's domain paid attention to her. Unlucky because he had seen too many tragic encounters. "You, what do you want to do to me?" Ouyang Shui looked at Yixian and asked in fear. Just by looking at Ouyang Shue's expression, Yixian already knew that Ouyang Shue had misunderstood. Therefore, Yixian lowered his cultivation level as much as possible. At the same time, he revealed a smile and said to Ouyang Shue, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yixian and I'm also from the human clan. I came from the Kunlun Divine Domain." Kunlun Divine Domain? Ouyang Shue looked at Yixian in confusion. Yes, it's the Kunlun Divine Domain. In the previous Divine Domain War, our human clan's Kunlun Divine Domain won the war. However, I snuck in because of a special mission, so you don't have to be afraid. I'm the same as you, a human, Yixian said indifferently. However, who knew that after he finished speaking, Ouyang Shue directly threw herself into Yixian's embrace. Tears continuously flowed from her eyes as she sobbed in a low voice. "You're a human, you're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yixian gently caressed Ouyang Shue's jade back, but he sighed inwardly. He knew why Ouyang Shue was so afraid because in reality Ouyang Shue had always been afraid. Among the humans in the demon god's divine domain, which one of them wasn't worried about their own tomorrow? "I know about the Kunlun Divine Domain. Grandma said that it is the holy land of our human clan. Over there, the human clan is the ruler." "Yes, the Kunlun Divine Domain is the territory of the human clan. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you away." Yixian felt rather helpless in his heart. He'd only heard of the demon god's divine domain before, but he didn't know what it was like. Only now did Yixian know that the demon god's divine domain was simply the human clan's purgatory. No wonder the Kunlun Divine Domain and the demon god's divine domain had always been mortal enemies. It was because there was no room for reconciliation. However, it was a pity that the demon god's divine domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human clan in the demon god's divine domain, he was unable to do so. After comforting Ouyang Shue for a period of time, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yixian also found out some information about the human clan in the demon god's divine domain from Ouyang Shue. Because the human clan in the demon god's divine domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources at all. Even the space for them to move around was very narrow. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god's divine domain would often come out to hunt these human clan. In the demon god's divine domain, there was almost no place for the human clan to hide. Take the village that Ouyang Shue came from, for example. In fact, there had always been a constant migration. In order to avoid the hunting of the divine beasts, Ouyang Shue's village constantly walked through dangerous places, snowy mountains, deserts, abysses. Any place that was hard to be discovered by others was the holy land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only continue to escape. And it wasn't that the human clan didn't have any experts. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to have high achievements. Even if Ouyang Shue was a genius in their village, it was rare for her to cultivate to this nondescript low-class divine lord realm at such a young age with just a fortuitous encounter and without cultivation resources. The reason why Ouyang Shue's divine lord realm was nondescript was because Ouyang Shue's body had been trained to the body refinement realm, but she had almost no combat power. She couldn't even fly. In the demon god's divine domain, the human clan vigorously developed a suboccupation called construction. This suboccupation was different from artifact forging. It involved simple processing of materials that could be seen into things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human clan of the demon god's divine domain lived in fear at all times. If the conditions were right, Yixian naturally wouldn't mind helping others. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't have that ability right now. With her mere cultivation of a high-level god king, he didn't have the qualifications to cause a ruckus in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god's divine domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain usually like to take human form, and the humans of the demon god's divine domain were extremely weak, so they didn't dare to enter the divine beast cities and caves. Therefore, no one suspected Yixian. After all, it was impossible for the humans of the demon god's divine domain to reach the cultivation of a high-level god king. Therefore, when they saw Yixian's cultivation, The divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain would naturally think that Yixian was a divine beast in human form and wouldn't think that Yixian was a human. Yixian secretly decided that he would save as many humans as he could in the demon god's divine domain. As for the demon god's divine domain, once Yixian's strength was sufficient, he would definitely erase this place. Chapter 2847. Consecutive breakthroughs. At the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to Ouyang Shui. This was the only thing Yixian could do. No matter how much more, Yixian wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yixian's mind. He thought of a skill that he'd almost never used before. Eternal Reward. The Eternal Reward was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally just a useless existence, but now Yixian discovered that it was time for this skill to show its use. System, can I use the faith point to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt. Host can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. Alright, since I can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. System, use faith point to exchange for an eternal point. I want to use the eternal reward skill. Ding. System prompt. Host has consumed 1 million faith point to exchange for 1 eternal point. Following the system prompt, Yixian obtained an eternal point. 1 million faith points to exchange for 1 eternal point didn't seem like a good deal, but Yixian couldn't care less. After all, eternal points were very difficult to obtain, but faith points were increasing at any time. Yixian naturally wouldn't fuss over it. Yixian couldn't even be bothered to see how many faith points he had. Use the skill Eternal Reward. Use the ancient resources of the ancient zither space as the reward. Yixian said directly. Following Yixian's words, a powerful light enveloped Yixian. The light contained an extremely powerful energy. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using ancient resources. The energy continuously condensed and cleansed Ouyang Shui's body. Waves of incomparably pure divine power were directly infused into Ouyang Shui's body. Even the magic treasures that Yixian had given Yixian had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. Ouyang Shui's eyes were tightly shut, clearly undergoing the test. Yixian didn't know what Ouyang Shui had experienced, but the power of the ball of light was clearly able to transform her. Time flowed by. After a full 72 hours, Ouyang Shui finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation exploded out from Ouyang Shui's body. This is bad. Yixian was shocked. He immediately picked up Ouyang Shui and quickly fled. Yixian didn't put Ouyang Shui down until he was 10,000 miles away. At this moment, Ouyang Shui still hadn't completely woken up. However, the system's notification had already sounded out. Ding. System notification. Host, please pay attention. The designated target, the special bloodline, has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, Ouyang Shui's bloodline has been upgraded to the Heavenly Warring Divine Mother bloodline. Ding. System notification. Host, please pay attention. Ouyang Shui's realm has increased. Current realm, peak 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. Divine Emperor? And it was even a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor realm? Yixian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Ouyang Shui to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal reward. One had to know that Yixian himself was only a first-grade God King, but he didn't expect that an eternal reward would actually create a peak 9th grade Divine Emperor. This was an entire realm. Moreover, he was only one step away from breaking through. It was impossible for Yixian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Yixian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Yixian needed to use better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, it didn't mean that it would be difficult for Yixian. After all, Yixian had kept the ancient zither space's output for such a long time without using it. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour. Yixian directly said. The countless resources within the universe ring were quickly classified. The valuable ones were kept, and the rest were all transformed into Yixian's leveling experience and infused into his body. Breakthrough. 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 Continuous breakthroughs. Ding. System notification. Host has broken through. Current realm, inferior 9th grade Divine Emperor realm. Yi Xian was very satisfied with raising his cultivation by so many levels in one go. Although he was still slightly inferior to Ouyang Shui, Yi Xian was very clear that if they were to really fight, Ouyang Shui's battle prowess might not be much stronger than his. After all, Yi Xian had raised Ouyang Shui's cultivation level, coupled with the eruption of Ouyang Shui's special bloodline. This was the result. However, Ouyang Shui didn't have any battle experience, nor did she have any suitable divine abilities. Of course, Yi Xian would slowly settle all of this later. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave, Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui was shocked at first, then asked, Big brother Yi, why are we still going to the Aquamoon Cave? There are many divine beast experts gathered there. It's very dangerous. Yi Xian looked at Ouyang Shui and lightly smiled. Go kill someone. Right, Yi Xian was going to kill someone. In Yi Xian's heart, the demon god's domain wasn't the Kunlun god's domain, so there was no need for Yi Xian to hold back. Since these divine beasts didn't treat humans as living beings, then why would Yi Xian care about them? Let them become the stepping stones for Yi Xian to quickly increase his strength. The two of them walked together, quickly heading towards the subsidiary city of the Aquamoon Cave. This time Yi Xian didn't have any scruples. Even if he didn't provoke Yi Xian would still make a move to cause trouble, let alone provoke him. The two of them once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At the beginning, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Yi Xian found what he wanted. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking on the street, looking at the strange resources that the demon god's domain was selling. After all, there were some resources in the demon god's domain that didn't exist in the Kunlun god's domain. For example, this thing called the 3-star divine stone was something that the Kunlun god's domain had never heard of before. However, this 3-star divine stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of laws. By gathering a sufficient number of 3-star divine stones and refining the 3-star divine power within, one would be able to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of laws. Just as Yi Xian was about to buy some, he heard the roars of people and the neighing of horses in the distance. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The young master of the Yi Karen family has arrived. Yi Karen's family? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but Ouyang Shui had already said to Yi Xian, Big brother Yi might not know, but this Yi Karen family is a rather powerful family. This Yi Karen family has a divine sovereign level expert, and can be considered to be domineering in this area. Moreover, this Watermoon Cave subsidiary city can be considered to be the property of the Yi Karen family. It sounded like his strength wasn't bad, but Yi Xian didn't care about his background. Chapter 2848. The young master of the Yi Karen family. Brat, are you courting death? Hurry up and scram. Do you know who is here? A lackey ran over to Yi Xian's side. His strength was clearly only at the 6th level of the Divine King realm, but when he saw Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui, the two Divine Emperor realm experts, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. After all, he represented the young master of the Yi Karen family. Who would dare to disobey him? But today he just had to meet such a person. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to this fellow. Since he was looking for trouble, how could Yi Xian be afraid at all? Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't moved, the lackey was clearly infuriated. He casually picked up a whip and lashed it towards Yi Xian. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Of course, it was naturally impossible for it to hit Yi Xian. Instead, it whipped the shop owner to death. However, it was clear that the Yi Karen family was incomparably tyrannical. Even if their servants killed someone on the spot, not only did no one stop them, they even caused the surrounding people to take a few steps back. When the servant saw that he had killed someone, not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, he even swaggered over. He glanced at that person and said without a care, You deserve to die. You dare to block our young master's path? I think you don't want to live anymore. After saying this, the servant waved his whip again and swept it towards Yi Xian. At the same time he said, And you humph, you dare to block the young master's path, kill without mercy. As the whip got closer and closer to Yi Xian, many of the surrounding people revealed expressions of reluctance. Actually, there were naturally some experts here who could defeat this servant, but this was a servant of the Yi Karen family. Moreover, he was the most beloved servant of the Yi Karen family, so no one dared to attack him. Therefore, Everyone only thought in their hearts that another fellow was going to die under the whip. However, in the next moment a scene that shocked them occurred. Just as the whip was about to hit Yixian, he heard Yixian's voice explode. Scram! In an instant, a long sword pounced towards the servant. How could a mere 6th grade divine king be a match for Yixian? Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and killed him before he could even react. Murder! Moreover, the one who died was a servant of the Yi Karen family. The surrounding divine beasts revealed expressions of shock, and some of them were so scared that they revealed their true forms. They couldn't help but be afraid. This was also a servant of the Karen family. Who would dare to offend the Yi Karen family in the affiliated city of the Water Moon Cave? At this moment an angry voice rang out. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my servant. Kill them all. In an instant, a large group of servants charged forward once again and pounced towards Yixian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Yixian wasn't afraid in the slightest, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. In fact, Yixian already had an idea in his heart. The servants ran amok as they pounced towards Yixian, but Yixian didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he continuously dodged. Moreover, every time he dodged, he specifically dodged towards a place with a lot of people. These servants of the Yi Karen family were usually unbridled. How could they care so much? They continued to attack without stopping. Boom! 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 Powerful attacks continued to explode, but they didn't affect Yixian at all. However, the surrounding passers-by were in deep trouble. In just a short period of time, more than a dozen people had already suffered an unexpected calamity. Perhaps ordinary passers-by could still avoid it, but the divine beasts that lived here or opened shops here couldn't avoid it so easily. A divine beast that opened a weapon shop wailed incomparably. Just a moment ago, the servants of the Yi Karen family had not only injured him, they had also destroyed his shop. Yixian purposely acted in an extremely sorry state as he continuously dodged. Those servants didn't care that much and tightly chased after Yixian. Along the way, they continuously destroyed and injured passers-by. Yixian smiled. This was the result he wanted. Suddenly, Yixian made his move. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaughtering sword in his hand instantly flew out and killed a servant of the Yi Karen family. Moreover, Ouyang Shui, who was hiding in the shadows, had already received Yixian's instructions to kick a divine beast out. Because of the chaos, many people didn't understand the process at all. However, they did see that the divine beast that was watching the show was pouncing on a dead servant of the Yi Karen family. You dare to kill a member of my Yi Karen family? When a nearby servant saw this result, he immediately roared and was about to rush towards that person. That person was incomparably flustered as he loudly said, "It's not me, it's really not me." However, how could the servants of the Yi Karen family care so much? With a casual whip, they sent that person's head flying. At the same time, they erased that person's divine deity. The corner of Yixian's mouth curled into a slight smile as he continued his actions. As he dodged, he created chaos. Moreover, he didn't kill those servants but only injured them. With Ouyang Shui's cooperation, not long after, there were already passers-by who attacked the servants of the Yi Karen family in order to survive. Damn it, you lowly commoners actually dare to offend this young master's dignity. Kill them all. It was the so-called young master of the Yi Karen family who spoke again. Hearing this, Yixian wished that he could ruthlessly praise the young master of the Yi Karen family. This was simply his teammate, not his enemy at all. This kind of cooperation he had a tacit understanding. Hearing the words of the young master of the Yi Karen family, the servants didn't care so much and directly attacked the people around them. One had to know that their Yi Karen family had always been running rampant in this affiliated city. Killing a few people was something that couldn't be any more normal. After all, compared to the Kunlun God region, the Demon God region valued strength over strength. There weren't as many rules. At this moment, the moment these servants made a move, the divine beasts that were unwilling to be killed would naturally resist. As for Yixian, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? The Yi Karen family is not giving us a way out. Could it be that you are willing to be slaughtered by them at will? Everyone attack together, for the sake of survival, for the sake of our own lives." Yixian's voice naturally resonated with countless people. After all, the current situation was already obvious. The Yi Karen family was already prepared to kill them all. If they didn't resist, then there really wouldn't be a way out. Alright, everyone attack together. Even if we die, we can't die in such a cowardly manner. Everyone resist them together. Someone loudly replied to Yi Xian. With the first, there would naturally be a second. Very soon, the entire street was filled with the sound of voices rising and falling. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? If he didn't make a move now, when would he? At this moment, the streets were already in chaos. Chapter 2849. Back to the Water Moon Cave. The servants of Yi Karen's family had already noticed the abnormality. After all, it was normal for them to kill a few people in this subsidiary city. But now, these lowly commoners actually dared to resist them. This was simply unbearable. However, there were also some smart people who knew that this was not the time to fight. After all, if anything happened to the young lord, they would be able to take responsibility. However, how could it be that easy for them to quell the chaos now? Yi Xian continuously wandered through the crowd. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword, and would occasionally kill a person. The people he killed were all ordinary passers-by who weren't involved in the chaos. One by one, the passers-by were constantly killed. In addition to the chaos in the surroundings, more people were naturally sucked into the vortex. In fact, the Yi Karen family knew very well that they were not welcome in this subsidiary city. Therefore, whenever they went out, they would bring hundreds of guards with them. However, the current situation was that these hundreds of guards were no longer enough. Compared to the chaotic crowd, these guards were like a drop in the bucket. The onslaught of the crowd forced the guards to defend with their lives to prevent the young master from getting hurt. The conflict had already arisen. How could it be so easy to reconcile? Not to mention that Yi Xian was intentionally causing trouble. Onying Shui was following Yi Xian's orders to cause chaos, but suddenly she was pulled to the side by Yi Xian. Hurry up and leave, Yi Xian said to Onying Shui. Why do we have to leave? The current situation is very advantageous to us. Why don't we assassinate the young master of the Yi Karen family first? Onying Shui's words caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. Yi Xian didn't expect Onying Shui to be so bold. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of assassinating the young master of the Yi Karen family. However, he didn't want to do so. After all, assassinating the young master of the Yi Karen family would definitely bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. In any case, the current chaos had already achieved the effect that Yi Xian had expected, so there was no need to add more trouble. Yi Xian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to stir up chaos within the demon realm. Of course, he was only in a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave. This time, Yi Xian was only testing his strength. Yi Xian already had a complete plan in his heart. He wanted to make the interior of the demon realm restless. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to suggest assassinating young Master Yi Karen. Alright, the current result is already very good. Moreover, even if we don't make a move, I'm afraid that young lord won't be able to survive. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. This was because he'd already seen that there were already quite a few divine kings and even divine emperors involved in this internal strife. Some people hoped to obtain benefits from helping the Yi Karen family, but even more people could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts and directly attack the Yi Karen family. This way, it directly led to a chaotic battle between the two forces in this subsidiary city. The people from both sides were already in a killing frenzy. The more they killed, the more people would be drawn into it. It would not be so easy to pacify the chaos in this subsidiary city of the Water Moon abode. Yi Xian brought Onying Shui and quickly left. Not long after they left, thousands of family guards, servants rushed out from the Yi Karen family. These people had received news that the young master was trapped, so they rushed over to support him. Once these people joined in, other than escalating the conflict, it wouldn't be of much use. Not long after Yi Xian left, the entire subsidiary city fell into chaos. Not long after, the young master died at the hands of an expert. Once the young master of the Yi Karen family died, how could the Yi Karen family let this matter rest? Thus, this battle continued for many days without stopping. Of course, it was inevitable that this news would spread. Some people felt that those lowly commoners were courting death by openly rebelling against the powerful Yi Karen family. while others felt that the Yi Karen family had gone too far. But no matter what, Yi Xian's goal of intensifying the conflict had been achieved. 5 days later, a man and a woman once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At this moment, the subsidiary city was clearly much more desolate, and there were far fewer pedestrians on the streets. There were even traces of battles left in many places. These two people were undoubtedly Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. At this moment, Ouyang Shui had a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this result. After all, the conflict between the human race and the divine beasts in the demon god's divine realm was simply impossible to reconcile. The human race in the demon god's divine realm naturally hoped that all the divine beasts would die overnight. After all, only then would they be able to obtain a place to live. Although that kind of thinking was almost impossible to achieve, it wouldn't stop Ouyang Shui from being happy from the bottom of her heart because of the riots in the subsidiary cities and the deaths of so many experts from the demon god's divine realm. As for Yi Xian, he didn't feel anything. After all, to Yi Xian, this was only a small part of his plan. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about the deaths of these divine beasts at all. No matter how many died, Yi Xian could only watch in silence. This time it was obvious that the entire subsidiary city had fallen into silence. Because of the great purge of the Yi Karen family, many divine beasts were either killed or chose to leave this place. Yi Xian's arrival wasn't welcomed like before. The people who stayed behind only coldly looked at Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care that much. This time Yi Xian was just passing by. As a subsidiary city, it was a necessary path to the Water Moon Cave. If it wasn't for this, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have come here. Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui's speed was very fast. Not long after, the two of them passed through the subsidiary city. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived outside the Water Moon Cave. The Water Moon Cave was a place where geniuses gathered. It was one of the more famous caves in the demon god's divine realm. This way the interrogation would be rather strict. Those who didn't have the qualifications to enter this place would definitely not have the chance to enter. Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui hadn't gone far when they were stopped by the two of them. "Halt, show me your medallions." Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the two of them as he asked, "What medallion?" One of them looked at Yi Xian and indifferently said, "Why did the two of you come here? If you're here to learn, then show your invitation medallion. If you're here to visit, then show your visiting medallion." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, Ouyang Shui coldly said, "We're here to kill people. Do we also need to show our killing medallions?" The corner of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Chapter 2850. Elder blocking the way. Who would have thought that the two guards of the Water Moon Cave would look at each other and laugh out loud? "Haha, you two kids, did you come here on purpose to tease us? Come to my Water Moon Cave to kill people? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Was it really a joke? Suddenly a cold light flashed. The person who was laughing complacently suddenly stopped laughing. There was only fear in his eyes because that cold light had already taken his life. "You, who exactly are you people?" The remaining guard was a sensible person. If Yi Xian could instantly kill his companion, then he could naturally kill him. Therefore, he didn't escape at all because he knew very well that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to that person. As soon as that person finished speaking, Wei Zhenqian had already controlled the god-slaughtering sword to fly back and kill him. "I've already told you that we're here to kill people. It's you who didn't believe us. You can't blame us," Ouyang Shui said indifferently. Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. With a casual wave of his hand, he devoured the two divine beast guards along with their universe rings. After doing all of this, Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui continued forward. Along the way, it could be said that they would kill anyone they saw. Although the Water Moon Cave was a gathering place of geniuses in the demon god's domain, how could ordinary guards be a match for Yi Xian? In a short moment, they arrived outside the Water Moon Cave. At this moment, Yi Xian finally met an expert, an elder of the Water Moon Cave. At this moment, just like before, Yi Xian casually killed the two guards. And at this moment a voice rang out. "How dare you? Who are you? How dare you kill people in my Water Moon Cave? Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore." Along with this voice, three figures directly descended. A divine beast with a bull's head and a human's body was holding a magic treasure that looked like a wolf's fang. Behind him were two divine beasts dressed in blue robes. This divine beast with the head of a cow was the enforcement elder of the Water Moon Cave. Originally, he was just passing by, but he didn't expect to encounter the scene of Yixian killing the guards. The sudden appearance of the three people caused Ouyang Shui to be slightly stunned. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Looking at the three of them, Ouyang Shui said, "Another three people have come to die." Along the way, Yixian had deliberately trained Ouyang Shui and allowed her to personally kill a few divine beasts with average strength. Of course, most of the time it was still Yixian who personally took action. At this moment, when he saw the three of them, Yixian only asked the system, detect the strength of these three people. Ding, system notification, designated target, a 1st grade Divine Emperor stage Water Moon Cave Elder, 2 7th grade Divine King stage Water Moon Cave Guards. It could be said that Yixian had enough confidence in killing the three of them. But this time Yixian didn't move. Instead, he said to Ouyang Shui, "Go, I'll leave these three to you." No matter what, Ouyang Shui was an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Emperor stage. It was just that she had just obtained her strength and didn't have enough valuable abilities. But without a doubt, the best way to increase his strength was to fight. That was why Yixian had Ouyang Shui make a move. Yixian wanted to train Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui already had incomparable trust in Yixian. She understood that since Yixian had asked her to make a move, it naturally meant that he had the ability to kill the three of them. Thus, without any hesitation, she directly pulled out her sword and charged forward. This sword was a magic treasure that Yixian had given him. It was naturally much weaker than the god-slaughtering sword, but it could still be considered extraordinary. "Kill!" Ouyang Shui shouted as the divine sword in her hand slashed down. The elder was not afraid at all. With a wave of the mace in his hand, he blocked Ouyang Shui's attack. At the same time, the countless sharp spikes on the mace suddenly burst into a ball of light, instantly covering the entire sky. Those sharp shadows of light, without a moment of hesitation, directly surrounded Ouyang Shui. Wei Zhentian controlled the two god-slaughtering swords to surround Yixian, but Yixian didn't move at all. If Ouyang Shui, with her cultivation at the 9th grade Divine Emperor realm, couldn't even do anything to a 1st grade Divine Emperor realm elder of the Water Moon Cave, then Yixian would even consider not nurturing her. At this moment, Ouyang Shui's expression was solemn. The magic treasure in her hand flew up and down, and at the same time, a ray of light lit up from her body. This was the power of law that Ouyang Shui had comprehended. However, even Yixian felt a little strange about this law. This power of law wasn't any law that Yixian had mastered, and it could even be said to be extremely rare. What Ouyang Shui had mastered was actually the light speed domain law. As the name suggested, the power of this law was the light domain. The speed of light was already considered extremely fast, and the light domain was to bind the power of light within a certain range. Moreover, it could continue to accelerate, even to 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times the speed of light. That speed was even faster than teleportation, and even more terrifying than the power of the law of space. After all, the power of the light domain law was different from the power of the law of space, or the power of other laws. This was a special power of law that could maintain peak speed and still be able to fight continuously. As the light of the laws rose, Ouyang Shui's figure turned into a ray of light. Not to mention the naked eye, even the divine sense was unable to detect a mysterious light. At the same time, Ouyang Shui's immature light domain was also activated. The terrifying speed had turned into the most advantageous attack method. Even though the elder's spiritual will was incomparably powerful, and could already reach the initial stage of prediction. However, in the blink of an eye, he had already been struck to the ground. Because in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Shui had already launched over 100 surprise attacks. Of course, at the same time that the elder fell, the other two guards had also fallen. Ouyang Shui stopped her things and looked at Yixian with watery eyes. Yixian naturally understood what she wanted to express. He slightly nodded and indifferently said, "Your performance this time is not bad. Thank you, Big Brother Yi." Ouyang Shui suppressed the excitement in her heart and said excitedly. However, although the speed at which Ouyang Shui killed the elder wasn't slow, it still gave the elder enough time to send out a signal. At this moment, The Water Moon Cave had already received the signal to invade. However, because the time was too short, the elder only had time to send out the invasion signal. He didn't say where it was or who it was. Therefore, in the Water Moon Cave, he could only raise his guard. But he didn't know where the danger came from. Especially when they discovered that the guards had mysteriously disappeared. It made the Water Moon Cave even more vigilant. With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the corpses of the 3 people, along with their universe rings, were devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current level 1 Divine Emperor. He didn't expect that this elder, who was a mid-level Divine Emperor, would only be able to raise Yi Xian's level by 1. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about this. He'd already decided in his heart that if he wanted to fight to his heart's content in the demon god's domain, it wouldn't be difficult for him to raise his realm. Chapter 2851. Organizations and Primogenitors. At this moment, a group of god-beast geniuses from the demon god realm were studying as usual. Of course, there were also some people discussing delicacies. It seemed that the experts of the demon god realm pursued delicacies more than the experts of the Kunlun god realm. However, the delicacies in their mouths could never be separated from one word, and that was the human race. In the eyes of the divine beasts of the demon god realm, only the human race was the most delicious food. Such words only made Yi Xian more certain that he didn't do anything wrong in killing the experts of the demon god realm and the heaven realm. At this moment, Yi Xian's figure flashed and appeared in front of a genius from the demon god realm. The god-slaughtering sword suddenly rested on that person's neck without any warning. After all, that genius didn't expect that there would be someone who wanted to kill him in the Water Moon Cave. Answer whatever I say next, but if you hesitate, be careful of your life. Yi Xian said indifferently to that person. That person didn't hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. Let me ask you, what's going on with the holy son of the demon god realm? Yi Xian knew that Luo Luo seemed to have been treated as some kind of holy son. Of course, there might be other names, but the meaning was similar. The reason why Yi Xian couldn't find Luo Luo's whereabouts was because of her identity as the holy son. Replying to Senior, the holy son is summoned by the ancestor of the demon god realm. Only the genius chosen by the ancestor can be called the holy son and enjoy endless glory. That person didn't know why Yi Xian would suddenly ask such a question. After all, everyone in the demon god realm knew about the holy son. However, since Yi Xian asked, he didn't dare to hide it. A genius chosen by the ancestor? Yi Xian frowned. Actually, Yi Xian had investigated what the holy son was before, but no one seemed to know. Even if they did, there would be different versions. Who would have thought that the answer he got from entering the demon god realm this time would be related to the ancestor? Although Yi Xian didn't know much about the so-called ancestor, it wasn't like he hadn't heard of it. After all, Yi Xian still had some mysterious blood in his hands. Back then, when Yi Xian detonated this blood, he'd heard the people of the demon god realm roar about the return of the ancestor. In short, it seemed that this ancestor was extremely important and mysterious in the demon god realm. Now that he heard the ancestor mentioned again, Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. What is the ancestor? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. You actually don't know the ancestor. He didn't expect that even though his life was in Yi Xian's hands, the divine beast still dared to ask him a question. However, this fellow immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he quickly added, "The primogenitor is the origin of our monster god celestial realm. According to legend, every divine beast has a powerful primogenitor. The power of the primogenitor is the source of the special race mystique of every race in the monster god celestial realm. All of our race talents are actually bestowed by the primogenitor. Although the ancestor disappeared hundreds of millions of years ago, the ancestor's power is everywhere. Moreover, almost every once in a while, someone will obtain a powerful power through the ancestor's blessing. I heard that someone tried to return the ancestor's power, but I don't know if it's true or not." That person continued to narrate, but Yi Xian thought of another power. Organization extermination. It could be said that Yi Xian had already wiped out the organization from the Kunlun divine domain with lightning speed. However, this didn't mean that the organization had completely disappeared. In fact, there were still remnants of the organization in other divine realms. However, what did the destruction of the organization have to do with the power of the ancestor? On the surface, there seemed to be no relationship between the two. However, Yi Xian had fought with the organization countless times, so he knew in his heart that the organization wasn't that simple. Or rather, the organization wasn't as he had imagined, and it had nothing to do with the power of the ancestor. After all, wasn't the organization also trying to summon some kind of mysterious power? It also had the so-called ancestral return ceremony. Could there be some kind of connection between the two? Yi Xian didn't know. However, Yi Xian knew that regardless of whether it was the organization or the ancestor, he couldn't let them appear. After all, they were incomparably evil. However, if the organization was really summoning the power of the ancestor of the demon god's divine domain, then Yi Xian wouldn't be able to understand it. One had to know that almost all of the members of the organization were humans. Moreover, there was no direct connection between them and the demon god's divine domain. Yi Xian couldn't ignore the fact that the two unrelated forces were thinking about the ancestor's power. However, Yi Xian didn't know anything about the ancestor's power. Moreover, very few people knew about it. Even if they could hear some of it, it would only be a legendary existence. No one could be sure if there was any ancestor's power. Yi Xian put away the doubts in his heart and continued to ask that person, "Where can I find the whereabouts of the Holy Sun?" That person immediately stopped chattering but said hesitantly, "May I ask, Senior, which Holy Sun are you trying to find?" The total number of Holy Suns had always been a secret. Rumor had it that as long as there was a race of divine beasts in the demon god's divine domain, there would be a Holy Sun. However, the place that every Holy Sun stayed in was not the same. Most of the Holy Suns are secretly protected by their own clans, and a portion of the Holy Suns are controlled by the Lord Divine Lord. There are also a portion of the Holy Suns who have accepted the test of their strength and are constantly wandering around. This kind of answer caused Yi Xian to be extremely dissatisfied. This was because saying it was equivalent to not saying it at all. It wouldn't be of any help to Yi Xian at all. Although this fellow was very cooperative, it was a pity that the information he knew wasn't what Yi Xian wanted. Thus, with a thought from Yi Xian, Wei Zhenqian directly controlled the god-slaughtering sword and killed it without the slightest hesitation. "Come, let's continue forward," Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shui. Soon the two of them left. Actually, Yi Xian couldn't bear to kill like this because he knew that some divine beasts didn't deserve to die. However, Yi Xian was even more clear that this was the demon god's divine domain, not the Kunlun divine domain. As a human, he was an anomaly in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't cruel, then he would only be treated cruelly by the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain. Either he chose to be casually humiliated by others, or he could only be ruthless. In the demon god's divine domain, at least most of the divine beasts weren't innocent. That was why Yi Xian was so merciless. Right now Yi Xian was alone. Any mishap might result in his death. If he wanted to live, he had to be vigilant at all times, and he couldn't be merciful at all. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't hesitate in the slightest to kill these divine beasts, even if they were in human form. Chapter 2852. Follow me if you want to live very quickly. Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui found another target. This time it was a genius that the divine beast geniuses of the Water Moon Cave called Tian Ting. This person's original body was a heaven-listening beast. The heaven-listening beast had a very special divine ability, and that was the heaven-listening divine ability. It was said that the heaven-listening divine ability allowed the heaven-listening beast to hear any sound it wanted to hear, whether it was the sound of millions of years ago or the sound of countless miles away. Even when the divine ability was cultivated to a high realm, it could hear the sound of the future. The heaven-listening beast's heaven-listening ability was extremely strange and unfathomable. However, it also had many restrictions. But no matter what, in Yi Xian's eyes, this heaven-listening beast was undoubtedly a very good choice. Yi Xian believed that this fellow might be able to grasp some secrets that others didn't know about. Then, if Yi Xian didn't look for him, who else would he look for? However, Tian Ting was different from the others. He didn't know if it was because he was pretending to be deep or something, but this fellow rarely appeared in front of others. At this moment, Yi Xian wanted to find him, but he didn't know how. However, Yi Xian didn't know that Tian Ting had already been taken away by the elders of the Water Moon Cave. It turned out that after the elders of the Water Moon Cave found out that a law enforcement elder had died, They also found out that several guards had died. With so many people dying, it naturally attracted the attention of the elders of the Water Moon Cave. Thus, they found Tianting and promised him great benefits, hoping that Tianting would be able to use his innate ability to find out who the killer was. "How is it? What did you gain this time?" an elder said to Tianting. At this moment, Tianting was standing in a large formation. This formation was completely made of spirit stones, and every time it was activated, it would require at least 100,000 spirit stones to activate. To maintain it, it would require no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. With such a huge consumption, it was no wonder that Tianting's innate ability wouldn't be activated so easily. At this moment, the Water Moon Cave was only willing to spend so much money because so many people had died consecutively. In fact, Tianting had already used up tens of millions of spirit stones. Unfortunately, he still hadn't gained anything. When Tianting heard the elder's question, he helplessly shook his head. This time he still followed the elder's instructions and chose to use the heaven's listening ability. However, he didn't hear any useful information. However, he also remembered Yixian's voice. Unfortunately, just relying on his voice didn't seem to be of much use. Of course, if Yixian knew that Tianting's divine ability was so powerful, he'd probably be glad that he didn't say anything. Otherwise, his identity would have already been exposed. Hearing Tianting's reply, the elders didn't give up. With a wave of their hands, another batch of spirit stones was added to the formation. "It doesn't matter. Continue to investigate. I don't believe that guy didn't leave any clues behind," an elder said to Tianting. Tianting naturally wouldn't refuse. Normally, it wouldn't be so easy to obtain an opportunity to train his divine ability. Now that there was a cave elder willing to spend spirit stones for him to train his divine ability, he naturally wouldn't mind. At this moment, Yixian was also searching for Tianting's whereabouts. After another failure, Tianting had already searched all the locations that the elders of the Water Moon Cave knew. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. He had already spent a total of 20 million spirit stones. This could already be said to have reached the limit of what the elders of the Water Moon Cave could bear. Helplessly, these elders could only give up on relying on Tianting to find clues. Tianting left the elders' place with incomparable doubts in his heart. Just who was it that could make the elders care so much? After all, these elders didn't tell Tianting what had happened. Therefore, Tianting had no way of knowing. However, not long after he walked out, he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. Tianting didn't mind. He thought that it was just an ordinary disciple of the cave. However, when the two of them arrived beside Tianting, they said to him, "You are Tianting?" Tianting was slightly taken aback. He could be considered a famous person in the Water Moon Cave, and almost everyone knew him. Now that these two people had asked him a question, Tianting was a little confused. However, Tianting still subconsciously nodded his head. "Yes, I am Tianting." Following this reply, Tianting suddenly felt an incomparably terrifying aura. At the same time, two powerful divine swords had already locked onto him. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that Tianting didn't even have time to react. Of course, even if he wanted to react, he probably wouldn't be a match for Yixian. After all, Tianting was only talented, but it didn't mean that he was strong. In reality, Tianting was only a mere divine lord. In front of Yixian, he didn't even have the slightest chance. "If you want to live, then follow me obediently," Yixian said indifferently. At this moment, Tianting seemed to have understood something. Unfortunately, even if he understood, he was powerless to resist. Facing the powerful Yixian, Tianting didn't even have the qualifications to speak. The two god-slaughtering swords could break his divine deity at any time, so how could he resist at all? Tianting was incomparably shocked, but he could only helplessly follow Yixian forward. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a remote place. Yixian casually waved his hand and a divine talisman transformed into a simple formation that enveloped the three of them. The function of this divine talisman was to conceal itself. It could be said that the effect was very simple. However, unless someone deliberately investigated this place, they wouldn't be able to discover anything special about this place. Next, answer whatever I ask you. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I can spare your life. Otherwise, Tianting naturally understood what Yixian wanted to say. After all, Tianting already knew of Yixian's identity. This fellow was the expert who'd killed all the guards and even the elders along the way, and then infiltrated the Water Moon Cave. Tianting had the urge to cry in his heart. He never thought that such an expert would actually come looking for him. Of course, he also knew why Yixian did this. Actually, it was also because of his divine ability. Yixian had also taken a fancy to his special ability. For the first time, Tianting regretted having this ability. At this moment, it was originally worth showing off. The innate ability that countless people envied had brought him great trouble. Let me ask you, how much do you know about the Holy Sun? Yixian indifferently asked. At the same time, a powerful pressure was emitted from his body, causing Tianting to not dare to hide anything. Tianting quickly started to answer. But he didn't let Yixian get much of what he wanted. However, Yixian knew that Tianting wasn't lying. After all, what Tianting had heard was exactly what Yixian knew before. Chapter 2853. The Dharma idol opened again this time. The question caused Tianting to hesitate slightly. It wasn't that Tianting wanted to hide anything, but the answer seemed to be something that everyone knew. Of course, Tianting did not dare to hesitate as he replied right away. The only way to enter the Master God battlefield is through the teleportation tokens bestowed by the Divine Masters and the Heavenly Kings. After all, the moment the Master God battlefield closes, that place will become a forbidden zone. As for the Kunlun God region, I have heard of some secret passageways that can be used to enter. However, after the previous war with the Kunlun God region, those secret passageways have been sealed as well. So there's no other way. Yixian frowned slightly. That day, he thought that Yixian was angry, so he quickly continued, No, it's not like there's no chance at all. This lowly one once heard that in the 8 great divine general palaces, each of them has a special secret realm. That secret realm leads to both the Kunlun divine realm and the demon god divine realm. Yixian frowned once again. What's the use of this? Don't tell me you want me to kill those divine generals and snatch the two-way secret realm? Tianting was at a loss for words. He hurriedly tried to say something. However, Yixian waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything else. This was because the information provided by Tianting didn't seem to be really useful. Of course, knowing that there were 8 two-way secret realms was not bad. Perhaps he could give it a try in the future. Yixian looked at the Heaven Listener Beast. The Heaven Listener Beast's innate ability wasn't bad, so it could be used by Yixian. It would be a pity to kill it just like that. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly absorbed the Heaven Listener Beast into the devouring space. After all, once it entered the devouring space, the Heaven Listener Beast would be completely under Yixian's control. From then on, it wouldn't be able to go against Yixian's wishes. Who said that Yixian knew in his heart that the Heaven Listener Beast wouldn't be of much use for a short period of time after being absorbed into the devouring space? However, as the Tree of Law grew, the devouring space would gradually become stronger. It might be useful in the future. Unexpectedly, even the Heaven Listener Beast didn't have too many clues. Yixian shook his head in disappointment. His gaze quickly gathered on the surrounding divine beasts. These divine beasts were all geniuses of the demon god's domain. Perhaps in the future, they would become the enemies of the Kunlun divine domain and Yixian. Thus, at this moment, Yixian hardened his heart and prepared to kill them all. Rather than keeping these geniuses of the demon god's domain as enemies in the future, it was better to kill them all now. That's right, Yixian wanted to kill everyone because he knew very well that sooner or later, the people here would become enemies of the Kunlun divine domain and Yixian himself. Moreover, even if Yixian didn't make a move, Ouyang Shui probably wouldn't let these people off. It could be said that there were almost none of these geniuses who hadn't eaten humans before. In the eyes of these so-called geniuses of the demon god's domain, humans were just food. Then what reason did Yixian have to give them a chance to live? Wei Zhentian magic treasure form, kill for me. Following Yixian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly moved and directly controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to charge out. At the same time, Ouyang Shui also charged out. Ever since the establishment of the Water Moon Cave, this was the first time it had encountered a bloodbath. Another meaning of a genius was that one's strength was insufficient. The reason why they were called geniuses was because their potential was very high, but it didn't mean that they were very strong. Perhaps in the future they would all be able to become experts, but at least for now they didn't have that kind of strength, and Yixian wouldn't give them the time to grow. The god-slaughtering sword danced continuously, and one genius after another fell. Within the entire water-moon cave, wails could be heard incessantly. One by one, the divine beast geniuses transformed into their true forms in an attempt to resist or escape. Unfortunately, it was useless. Yixian and Ouyang Shui were like two gods of death as they slaughtered their way through. 1, 2, 3 Xian couldn't be bothered to remember how many divine beast geniuses he'd killed because there was no need. In any case, as long as an enemy appeared in his field of vision, not a single one of them would escape. However, this kind of devastation didn't last long. During this period of time, the elders of the Water Moon Cave had never stopped searching for Yixian and Ouyang Shui. Now that the two of them had appeared, they naturally attracted the attacks of the elders. "Brat, how dare you be so impudent in my Water Moon Cave? You're courting death." An elder quickly charged towards Yixian. His body continuously emitted a powerful light, and as he charged towards Yixian, he'd already activated his innate ability. It could be said that he was the pride of the porcupine race. After all, the porcupine's talent was generally low, and it was rare for them to be able to cultivate to the Divine Emperor realm. And this Divine Beast expert was an inferior 7th grade deity emperor. Unfortunately, a mere inferior 7th grade deity emperor was nothing in front of Yixian. Even Yixian couldn't be bothered to recall the god-slaughtering sword. He merely casually punched out, and a powerful force instantly exploded out. Boom! With a single punch, Yixian sent the porcupine elder flying with just a single punch. However, this punch didn't take the porcupine elder's life. The porcupine elder was sent flying by Yixian's punch, and his heart was filled with fear. He stood in the distance, continuously coughing up blood, and didn't dare to move forward. However, at this moment the other two elders had already arrived. The two of them first glanced at the porcupine elder, then looked at each other, and rushed towards Yixian. Ding! System prompt. Target is a middle 4th grade deity emperor. Host is advised to dodge immediately. 3 levels higher than Yixian? He was indeed very strong. But don't think that Yixian's title of Eternal Sovereign was just for show. It was only 3 levels higher, but Yixian still didn't put it in his eyes. The two elders transformed into their original forms, because the two of them were the kind of divine beasts that could only display their greatest combat strength in their original forms. These two elders were actually a tiger and a lion. Roar! 2 furious roars rang out, and these two powerful divine beasts had already launched their attacks. A tiger's roar and lion's roar came from the very beginning. A violent sound wave instantly exploded, forming a huge whirlwind that charged towards Yixian. However, Yixian didn't place this kind of attack in his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, a powerful force was unleashed, directly dispersing the whirlwind. However, the two great divine beast elders had already attacked once again. After the two of them transformed into their original forms, they didn't use any magic treasures, because their original forms had long since been trained to surpass most magic treasures. Even if they casually waved their hands, there would be a huge flash of claw light that wasn't any weaker than the light of an ordinary magic treasure. Yixian's eyes narrowed. He clasped his hands together and immediately activated a Dharma idol. Glorious Empress Dharma idol. The Glorious Empress was once an expert of the God Realm continent. The few great abilities she was proficient in could be said to be unsolvable. Chapter 2854. The Glorious Empress. The second divine power was called the Glorious Glory. It was a divine power that used the law of light's power to condense a gigantic singularity and unleash an explosive attack. This divine power could cause great damage within a certain range within a short period of time. Combined with the first divine power, it could naturally cause great damage to the enemy. Apart from these two divine powers, the third divine power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. The third divine power was called the Glorious Annihilation. Once this divine power was activated, the target that was locked on would be continuously injured by the gigantic light pillar that descended from the sky as long as it was under the light. These divine powers of the body of 10,000 venerables were difficult to obtain and had a long cooldown period. However, there was no doubt that the explosive damage was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yixian summoned the Glorious Empress Dharma idol. The moment it appeared, a terrifying pressure descended. The two elders were slightly astonished, but they didn't give up on attacking. Instead, they continued to pounce towards Yixian. As the two elders charged forward, they actually fused together and activated their combined ability, the Tiger Lion Berserk Demon. The Tiger Lion Berserk Demon was a fusion skill that the two elders had perfected over tens of thousands of years of tacit understanding. It could be said that once the two of them activated this sacred art, it would be equivalent to perfectly fusing their strength together. The explosive attack power was not as simple as 1+1. Wherever the two of them ran, the clouds would disperse. Because their speed was too fast, there was actually an extremely powerful tornado protecting their bodies. Unfortunately, even so, it was useless. Dance for me. A smile hung on the corner of Yixian's mouth. With a casual wave of his hand, the dance of glory divine ability immediately descended. The two elders were stunned to discover that their bodies had involuntarily stopped. They were even pulled by some mysterious power of the law, causing them to dance on the spot. Although this period of time was very short, it was enough to make them panic because Yixian's new attack had already arrived. Glory of glory! A huge ball of light surrounded the two of them, and then the ball of light quickly shrank. Yixian looked at the ball of light and lightly said, "Bam!" At the same time Yixian spoke, the ball of light had already condensed to its limit. With a loud bang, it directly exploded. Boom! With a loud sound, the constantly condensing light energy exploded in an instant. The powerful force directly wrapped around the two elders. After the explosion, the two elders were already covered in blood and had no choice but to fall to the ground. At the same time that he landed, Yixian didn't plan on letting them go. Glorious annihilation! A ray of light descended from the sky. The two elders had previously stood together because they had used the fusion divine ability, but now they had become the root of their deaths. In an instant, even the elders felt as if their bodies were melting. As a matter of fact, their bodies were indeed melting. The power of the law of light, no matter how tough your body was, as long as it wasn't truly unbreakable, then it could be refined. This glorious annihilation borrowed the laws of light, but it used artifact forging to kill the enemy. In other words, the glorious annihilation used the enemies in the light as materials to refine. Of course, this refinement would never have any results, because the final result would be to be melted. What a terrifying scene! Two powerful elders of the Water Moon Cave had actually melted in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, the surrounding elders didn't dare to make a move. They all looked at Yixian in fear. One of them loudly asked Yixian, "Who exactly are you? What grudge do you have with my Water Moon Cave?" My Water Moon Cave is a public cave built in response to the orders of the Divine Lord. Any genius can enter to cultivate and stand aloof from worldly affairs. Why are you looking for trouble with my Water Moon Cave? Yixian silently shook his head. Perhaps in this demon god's divine domain, your Water Moon Cave is aloof from worldly affairs. Unfortunately, the divine beast geniuses you've nurtured will sooner or later appear in the main god battlefield and become enemies with the Kunlun divine domain. Then it's impossible for Yixian to let them go. Yixian didn't pay any attention to the elders. With a casual wave of his hand, he directly devoured the universe rings left behind by the tiger and lion elders. Yixian's calmness made the surrounding elders unable to make up their minds. After all, no one knew what kind of trump card Yixian had. As for Ouyang Shui, relying on her high cultivation, although she didn't have Yixian's powerful methods, she'd still killed several elders of the demon god's divine domain. The two of them had already killed countless divine beast geniuses. What exactly do you want? Why are you making an enemy out of my Water Moon Cave? If my Water Moon Cave is in the wrong, then we are willing to compensate you for your losses. Please stop immediately. Another elder spoke. This elder's original body was a dark Qilin, so there was a constant flow of black gas around him. Yixian indifferently looked at these people, but he didn't really intend to let go. Of course, Yixian knew in his heart that once all of these elders attacked, even Yixian wouldn't be able to hold on. Moreover, the cave master of the Water Moon Cave and the other experts hadn't appeared yet. Once they appeared, Yixian probably wouldn't be a match for them at all. Yixian understood the principle of stopping while he was ahead. However, if he didn't ruthlessly extort the Water Moon Cave, then it would be a waste. All right, I can stop. However, the disciples of your Watermoon Cave devoured my clansmen. How are we going to settle this? Yi Xian's words weren't fake at all. Weren't humans treated as food by these divine beasts? However, Yi Xian didn't say that he was a human. After all, if he said that he was a human, it would only cause those elders to attack him crazily. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the elders seemed to understand something, but it was obvious that they had misunderstood. In the demon god celestial territory, it was very normal for many powerful races to treat the weaker races as food. However, the prerequisite for this was strength. If one's strength wasn't enough, then they would be eaten by others instead. That would be their own misfortune. At this moment, those elders had clearly misunderstood Yi Xian's intentions. They thought that one of Yi Xian's clansmen had been killed and devoured by a disciple of the Watermoon Cave, so they'd come to take revenge. So that's how it is. However, you are being a little unreasonable. Which clan disciple of my Watermoon Cave did such a thing? You can find trouble with his clan. Why are you targeting my entire Watermoon Cave? Oh, is that so? Then those disciples said that they were disciples of the Watermoon Cave, and no one dared to hurt them. How do you explain this? In any case, it was all nonsense. Yi Xian didn't care that much. What? There's actually such a thing. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the elders were obviously a little angry. At this moment, a red figure descended from the sky. Greetings, Grand Elder. So it was the Grand Elder of the Watermoon Cave who had arrived. Ding! System prompt. Target. High 7th grade Divine Emperor. Suggest host dodge immediately. Chapter 2855. Deterrence. It could be said that it was impossible for Yi Xian to resist. Yi Xian was inwardly vigilant. He'd already decided that if the Great Elder made a move, he'd immediately flee. However, the Great Elder's next words caused Yi Xian to stop in his tracks. Since it's the fault of my Watermoon Cave's disciple, then this compensation must be given. Brat, the resources in this universe ring can be considered your compensation. With a wave of his hand, he actually gave Yi Xian a universe ring. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so easy to talk to? No, I'm afraid things aren't that simple. Sure enough, at this moment the Great Elder spoke again. Brat, your 10-tailed Divine Fox clan lives in seclusion in the unworldly secret realm. When did you actually walk into the continent? 10-tailed Divine Fox? Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of the glorious Empress main body. It turned out that the glorious Empress main body was actually a 10-tailed Divine Fox. The Great Elder had clearly misunderstood and thought that he was from the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. After all, Yi Xian had used the abilities of the 3 glorious Empresses in succession, which was also the innate ability of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Yi Xian understood this point and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Who cares about the 10-tailed Divine Fox? Yi Xian doesn't care that much. As long as he gets the benefits, that's enough. Let's go. Yi Xian casually waved his hand and ignored the Great Elder with Ouyang Shui. It was obvious that the Great Elder was extremely afraid of the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan. Seeing Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui calmly leave, some of the ordinary elders didn't understand the Great Elder's actions and asked, Great Elder, could it be that we're just going to let the 2 of them leave? They've killed so many of our disciples. Once the clansmen of those disciples pursue the matter, how are we going to deal with them? The Great Elder turned his head to look at the elder and said indifferently, Tell them if anyone has any objections, they can go directly to the 10-tailed Divine Fox clan to interrogate them, as long as they have the guts. Great Elder, I wonder what's so special about that 10-tailed Divine Fox? Why are you so afraid? Lord Divine Lord's original body is really a 10-tailed Divine Fox. Tell me, if Lord Divine Lord finds out that his clansmen were devoured by our Watermoon Heavenly Abode disciples, what do you think the consequences will be? Don't pretend that I don't know that your clansmen were also killed by this person, but let me tell you the truth. Pray that this person will not cause trouble for you, otherwise, the day of your clan's annihilation will not be far. What? Almost all the Watermoon sect elders paled in shock. Very few people knew what the true body of a demon god's sacred realm's divine lord was, but they didn't expect that this great elder would actually know. If this was really the case, then forget about using resources to exchange for safety, they would even be willing to hand over the resources of their entire clan. All the elders almost immediately went to find the juniors of their clansmen and began to teach them a lesson. This was because they knew very well that if this matter was not handled properly, it would be a calamity that would lead to the annihilation of their clan. Challenging the Lord God's original race was no different from courting death. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that he'd accidentally impersonated the main body of the demon god domain's divine lord. At this moment, Yi Xian had already opened the universe ring that the great elder had given him. However, when he saw the resources within the universe ring, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Originally, he had only followed the steps down and left because the great elder had given him a way out. However, he didn't expect that the great elder would actually compensate him, and it was such a generous one at that. It could be said that the resources within the universe ring that the great elder had given him were dozens of times more than all of the resources on Yi Xian's body. Of course, this was half of the Water Moon Cave's inventory, so the amount was naturally quite a bit. System, categorize the resources. Leave behind the resources that are useful to me, and devour the rest. Following Yi Xian's order, the system directly categorized them. Very quickly there were already results. Amongst the thousands of resources, only a dozen or so were determined by the system to be useful to Yi Xian in the future. The rest were directly devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! System notification. Host has broken through. Current 3rd grade Divine Emperor. 2 realms in a row. Yi Xian was extremely satisfied with this result. As expected, he still had to rob in order to obtain more resources and more benefits. After Yi Xian left the Water Moon Cave, he brought Ouyang Shui along with him. After all, although Yi Xian wasn't afraid of the Water Moon Cave, it didn't mean that he didn't understand the difference in strength. It had to be known that not to mention the Cave Master, even the Great Elder wasn't a match for Yi Xian. Thus Yi Xian prepared to loot other places. This time Yi Xian's goal was to find those holy suns. Yi Xian wanted to see how different these holy suns were from the demon god's domain. Yi Xian's first target was the Hopeless Mountain that was closest to the Water Moon Cave. In the Hopeless Mountain there was a holy sun in the divine crocodile race. Yi Xian's intention was very simple. He wanted to meet the holy sun of the divine crocodile race. According to what he heard from the heavens, the holy son of the divine crocodile race was also a middle-level divine emperor stage expert. His strength was comparable to Yi Xian's, so Yi Xian wanted to see what kind of heaven-defying methods this holy son had. Actually, how could Yi Xian not want to leave this place as soon as possible? However, with all the passageways sealed, it seemed like the only thing he could count on was the dual-path secret realm that the 8 great divine generals controlled. However, how could the 8 great divine generals be so easy to deal with? Therefore, if Yi Xian wanted to return to the Kunlun divine domain, it could be said that he didn't have the strength to do so. Moreover, in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian's cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster. After all, in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian could kill these divine beasts without fear and quickly increase his strength. After all, Yi Xian clearly remembered the 10,000 years of the contract with the 2 great halls. Yi Xian also remembered the power of that mysterious secret realm very clearly. Therefore, the only way to increase his level was to increase his level quickly. 3 things. The first was to find Luo Luo's whereabouts. The second was to return to the Kunlun divine domain. The third was to increase his speed quickly, and then go to the mysterious secret realm to train. These were the 3 most important things in Yi Xian's heart. That was why Yi Xian went to look for other holy suns. After all, looking for other holy suns would allow him to complete these 3 tasks at the same time. If he was looking for a holy sun, then it would be possible for him to find out Luo Luo's whereabouts through the other holy suns. Even if one didn't work, there would be 10 or 100 of them. There would always be one who knew of Luo Luo's existence. And killing a holy sun would undoubtedly be able to quickly raise his cultivation and strengthen himself. That way, he would be able to enter the mysterious secret realm trial even faster. At the same time, every holy sun had a lot of resources in his hands. Perhaps he could also find a way to head to the Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, the holy sun was Yi Xian's best choice right now. Chapter 2856. Poor human clan Mount Hopeless was a ruin left behind by the excavation of a spiritual stone mine. However, after thousands of years of changes, divine trees and divine flowers grew here again. At the same time, some changes were triggered. turning the ruins into a flourishing holy land. The divine crocodile clan was not originally a divine beast here. However, when they discovered the natural spiritual pool here, they did not go far. They forcibly dispersed the surrounding divine beasts and occupied Mount Hopeless. The divine crocodile clan spent most of their time cultivating in the spiritual pool. Only a portion of the guards stayed to guard the surroundings. After all, when they occupied Mount Hopeless, they had killed many people, so they had to be on guard at all times. Even now, the divine crocodile clan did not dare to let their guard down. At this moment, Yixian and Ouyang Shui were walking along Mount Hopeless. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Shui actually thought of something. Big brother Yi, I remember this place. In the ruins of Mount Hopeless, there is a human clan village. I came here when I was young, and this village is one of the few human clan villages that can settle down in one place. Human clan village? Ever since he arrived at the demon god's domain, Yixian had mostly heard about how the human clan was bullied, but in reality, he hadn't seen much of the human clan. Since there was such an opportunity, Yixian naturally didn't want to let it go. Alright, let's go to this village first. As Yixian nodded in agreement, the two of them quickly walked forward with Ouyang Shui leading the way. This place was originally just a ruin, so it was naturally not that easy to pass through. The ruins of a spirit stone mine were different from the ruins of an ordinary mine. Because a spirit stone vein was a special substance formed by the heavens and earth, it was naturally blessed by the laws. Even though the spirit stones in the vein had long since been dug out, the laws still existed. Almost every digger of a spirit stone vein knew of a legend, and that was that even if the ruins of a spirit stone vein were completely dug out, it wouldn't be long before a new mother lode would be formed, and a new spirit stone vein would be born. What was a mother lode? That was a treasure that countless people could only dream of. Anyone who obtained it would be able to use it greatly. There were two main characteristics of a mother lode. The first was that it would automatically gather the divine power of the world and produce all kinds of minerals. In fact, everyone knew this even without saying. The most important thing was his second characteristic. This characteristic could be said to be known by very few people. That was the blessing of the laws. Those who possessed the mother lode would be able to obtain a special blessing when cultivating the laws. Of course, it was extremely difficult to obtain the mother lode. Even if it was a mine, it might not necessarily give birth to a mother lode. That thing was something that could only be found by chance. Now that Yixian had arrived at the ruins of the mine, he naturally held some expectations. System: activate all detection and try to find the mother lode as much as possible. Yixian instructed the system. Then the two of them continued forward. Unfortunately, it was just like the legends. It was extremely difficult to obtain a mother lode. Along the way, Yixian didn't receive any notifications from the system. In other words, he didn't discover a mother lode. However, just as Yixian was about to give up, the system's notification rang out. Ding, system notification host. Please pay attention. Traces of mother lode have been detected ahead. There really was a mother lode. It could be said that this was an unexpected surprise. What's up ahead? Yixian asked Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui glanced at Yixian in astonishment, then said, "That village is in front of us." The reason why Ouyang Shui was surprised was because she thought that Yixian had already discovered something special about this place. However, she didn't know that Yixian had only detected the existence of the mother lode. When Yixian heard Ouyang Shui's reply, he didn't say much and continued forward. After walking for a while, the two of them discovered a cave, and that cave was the entrance. The strangest thing was that outside the cave there was actually the power of the laws. These laws seemed to have formed a door, cleverly hiding the cave. In other words, unless one saw it with the naked eye, one would not be able to discover it with their spiritual will. As a matter of fact, for powerhouses, they would usually trust their own divine sense more than their own eyes. Therefore, even if a divine beast expert passed by this place, if they didn't have any spiritual will and didn't notice anything unusual, they naturally wouldn't check it out. Furthermore, the cave was extremely hidden. Even if someone came down to search, it would be difficult for them to detect anything special. No wonder the human village was able to hide in this cave for so long. All of this was because of the hidden door constructed by the laws. At this moment, Yixian had some understanding in his heart. He was afraid that the gate of laws had a certain connection with the mother or Perhaps it was very likely that the mother or was the true guardian of this village. The two of them carefully walked towards the cave. According to Ouyang Shui, the people in the village had set up countless traps in the cave. Although these traps and mechanisms wouldn't threaten Yixian, after all, the people in the village had set up these traps with great difficulty. Yixian didn't want to destroy them like this. After all, these were all set up by the people of the village to prevent divine beasts from barging in. Fortunately, Ouyang Shui was quite familiar with this place. Coupled with Yixian's powerful spiritual will, they were able to escape unscathed. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the interior of the cave. Yixian could already clearly see the faint flames. "Who is it? Who are you people?" Suddenly a loud roar rang out. Soon after, a few humans rushed out. They held simple spears in their hands. These spears were not magic treasures, but were made from some kind of vine. One could imagine how powerful they were. But this was their only weapon. "We are humans, don't worry," Ouyang Shui hurriedly said. As expected, when they heard that it was a human, those people weren't that afraid. However, they didn't relax their vigilance in the slightest. Only after Yixian and Ouyang Shui walked out did those people recognize their identities as humans. "You are Xiao Shui?" An older person looked at Ouyang Shui and asked in surprise. "Yes, I am Ouyang Shui. Hello, Uncle Lin." Meeting an acquaintance undoubtedly made these people very happy. The human race lived in fear in the demon god celestial realm. Take this village for example. Many people had never left the demon god celestial realm in their entire lives, and most of those who left never returned. Yixian and Ouyang Shui were received in a grand manner. It could be said that this village had already taken out their best things to receive Yixian. Chapter 2857. Mistaking the mother lode. The first was a moss-like plant that grew in the cave. It tasted very bitter, but it was the favorite of the people here because this kind of food was very common. The second was a type of white bug that grew in the cave. The smell was extremely unpleasant and disgusting, but it was the delicacy of the human race in the cave. This was because this was the only meat they could eat. As for the third type, it was a type of ore. This ore had very special characteristics and could be used as food in front of it. It could be said that the living environment here was extremely harsh. At this moment, Yixian's heart was extremely bitter. After all, these people were all of Yixian's race and they were all humans. However, he didn't expect that they'd live such a life. In the middle of the cave, there was a hole that couldn't be considered too big. However, that hole had gone through more than 10 twists and turns. After being turned a few times by the people in the cave using a crystal mirror, the sunlight shone into the bottom of the cave, and this was the only place where the human race in the cave came into contact with the sunlight. Fortunately, this was the god realm, and the 10 suns in the sky alternated, so the sunlight here could be considered abundant. Unfortunately, because there were only hard stones in the cave and no soil, it was impossible to grow any plants. Of course, there was no way to keep any divine beasts in captivity. Yixian silently watched all of this. In front of him there was a stone house. This was the only house in the cave. There was no one living in this house. Instead, there was a stone that was worshipped. It was the mother lode. The mother lode was worshipped as a guardian deity here. Yixian no longer had any thoughts of obtaining the mother lode. At the same time, he also had the thought of migrating the people here. Therefore, just as these people were happily asking Ouyang Shui about the situation outside, Yixian put forward his own thoughts. "I want to take you out of here. Are you willing?" Yixian asked these people without the slightest hesitation. Ouyang Shui was stunned at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. From this period of contact, Ouyang Shui knew how powerful Yixian was the most. Yixian had countless secrets on him, and at the same time he also had an extremely powerful foundation. At this moment, Yixian's initiative to move the people in the village was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thus, without waiting for their reply, Ouyang Shui excitedly persuaded them. Yixian silently waited. He could put forward his thoughts, but the choice was up to these people. After all, Yixian wouldn't force them. Very quickly, the people in the village made their decision. In the demon god's divine realm, the human race was exceptionally united. This was because everyone knew very well what kind of environment they were in. If they wanted to survive from the mouths of those powerful demonic beasts, they could only rely on the unity of the human race. Therefore, when they heard Ouyang Shue's advice, no one doubted it at all. After all, they had long heard of the power of the Kunlun divine realm. In their hearts, the Kunlun divine realm was a holy land. Now that they had such an opportunity, even if they knew that it would be extremely dangerous, they were still willing to give it a try. However, they misunderstood Yixian. Yixian wanted to bring them to a safer and more comfortable place. That was Yixian's devouring space. This time, in order to be able to accept more people from the demon god's divine realm in the future, Yixian had specially remodeled an area. Here Yixian had built many palaces and circled out all sorts of delicious food. Furthermore, he had hoarded a large amount of cultivation resources in order to provide these people with as perfect an environment as possible to survive and cultivate in. In reality, Yixian had also noticed something special about this place. That was, everyone here had astonishing talent and potential. Perhaps those who did not have the talent had already been eliminated. Of the remaining people, 9 out of 10 could be said to be considered geniuses in the Kunlun divine realm. Of course, it didn't mean that Yixian didn't have any selfish motives. After all, after Yixian allowed these people to cultivate to become stronger, they would be able to be used by him. Within the devouring space, due to the constant transformation of the 12 laws god trees, the cultivation environment was getting better and better. Therefore, Yixian believed that these people would definitely like that place. In fact, these people didn't just like it. In their hearts, this place was like a holy land. It was even more perfect than the Holy Land. After resolving the problem of settling the village, Yixian began to consider how to deal with the divine crocodile clan. From these people's mouths, Yixian already knew that this village was actually built under the divine crocodile clan's spirit pool. The divine crocodile clan naturally allowed other divine beasts to inspect their spirit pool. This could be considered as indirectly protecting this place. After all, the power of the spirit pool originated from the mysterious mother lode. Therefore, it was inevitable that Yixian would touch the interests of the divine crocodile clan if he wanted to take away the mother lode. Moreover, it was the most core benefit. After all, taking away the mother lode meant that Yixian wanted to take away the source of the divine crocodile clan's spirit pool's power. Therefore, after Yixian absorbed these humans into his devouring space, he didn't dare to rashly make a move. Yixian wasn't afraid of fighting against an entire clan by himself, but he knew that this wasn't a wise choice. After all, Yixian didn't know what kind of experts the divine crocodile clan had. At this moment, Ouyang Shui quietly stood beside Yixian. Ouyang Shui didn't know how precious the mother lode was, so she was slightly puzzled when she saw Yixian standing there in a daze. "Big brother Yi, is there anything else?" Ouyang Shui asked Yixian. In Ouyang Shui's heart, there was no doubt that Yixian was powerful, and his methods were heaven-defying. Therefore, Ouyang Shui didn't know why Yixian stopped where he was. Yixian was currently thinking, so he didn't think too much about it. He casually replied, "I'm thinking, how can I take down this mother lode?" As he spoke, Yixian casually pointed at the mother lode. Who knew that Ouyang Shui didn't know how powerful it was? When she saw Yixian point at the mother lode, she actually flew over and casually took it down. "Big brother Yi wants this." Ouyang Shui blinked her eyes as she quietly asked Yixian. As for Yixian, he was incomparably astonished. "You, why did you take it down?" At this moment, Yixian could already feel that the energy that had been pouring into the sky had disappeared. This couldn't allow Yixian to not be shocked. It could be said that the expert of the divine crocodile clan definitely knew the secret of this spirit pool. The reason why he didn't make a move to snatch it was not because of any other reason. He was just worried that taking away the mother lode would affect the spirit pool. And now, once the power of the spirit pool disappeared, even the experts of the divine crocodile clan, no matter how stupid they were, would know that something strange had happened beneath the spirit pool. How could Yixian dare to delay? He grabbed Ouyang Shui and wanted to leave. Chapter 2858. Evolving God Slaying Sword. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Continuous explosions suddenly sounded out. One by one, the experts of the divine crocodile clan descended to the bottom of the lake. These experts clearly cared more about the mother lode than Yixian imagined, because the moment they appeared, they completely surrounded Yixian. In other words, Yixian's every move was under the surveillance of the divine crocodile clan. The reason why they didn't make any movements was because they didn't place the human village beneath the spirit pool in their eyes. Even so, they didn't care about Yixian at all. Now that Yixian had boldly taken away the mother lode, it had undoubtedly touched the core interests of the divine crocodile clan. They had no choice but to take action. Damn it, how dare you take away the saint's stone? You're courting death. An expert of the divine crocodile clan roared at great god Yixian. Of course they recognized the mother lode. However, this mother lode was clearly a little special. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called it the saint's stone. 9. A total of 9 powerful divine crocodile clan experts completely surrounded Yixian and Ouyang Shui. Through the system, Yixian knew that even the weakest amongst these people had reached the 3rd grade divine emperor realm. As for the strongest person, he was actually a 6th grade divine emperor realm expert. It could be said that Yixian was completely powerless to resist. This could be considered the greatest danger Yixian had encountered. What should he do? Yixian quickly pondered in his heart. 9 divine crocodile clan experts had surrounded Yixian. If he were to make a move now, he'd simply be courting death. It seemed impossible for him to escape. In an instant, Yixian quickly thought of his trump card. Unfortunately, it was useless. The current Yixian didn't have a single trump card that could contend against the 9 great divine crocodile clan experts. Once he made a move, he would undoubtedly die. After all, other than the 6th grade divine emperor, there were also 2 intermediate-level divine emperor experts. The title of the sovereign level allowed Yixian to be invincible among those of the same level, and even be able to challenge those of a higher level than him in a one-on-one battle. However, this didn't mean that Yixian could fight against 3 high-level divine emperor experts. Battle defeat. Escape. There was no way to escape. Of course, it wasn't impossible to release the sword attendants to fight, but don't forget, this was the territory of the divine crocodile clan, and Yixian didn't believe that these 9 people were all the experts of the divine crocodile clan. To put it bluntly, these 9 people were just a group of guards for the divine crocodile clan. Ouyang Shui, don't resist. I'll send you away. If you stay here, you'll only drag me down. At this moment, Yixian couldn't care less. Originally, Yixian didn't intend to absorb Ouyang Shui into the devouring space, but with the current situation, he had no choice but to do so. Thus, Yixian casually absorbed Ouyang Shui into the devouring space. Just as Yixian said, without Ouyang Shui here, Yixian's actions had a lot less to worry about. At the same time, the mother ore was already in Yixian's hands. At that moment, the system's notification rang out. Ding! System prompt detected special resource, Sacred Heart or Mother. Yixian still hadn't noticed it. The system prompt was quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his heart. However, the god-slaughtering sword reacted on its own. This was a situation that Yixian had never encountered since obtaining the god-slaughtering sword. One had to know that the god-slaughtering sword currently had Wei Zhentian as its artifact spirit, but even Wei Zhentian was unable to control the god-slaughtering sword. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the change had already begun. From the sky, 9 gorgeous pillars of light suddenly appeared. What was even stranger about those 9 pillars of light was that once they reached the surroundings of the god-slaughtering sword, they quickly condensed. Absorb. It was absorption. The god-slaughtering sword was actually rapidly absorbing the power of the 9 rays of light. Even though Yixian didn't know what kind of power those 9 rays of light represented, he knew that it wasn't a simple matter. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Another loud sound rang out as an incomparably powerful divine crocodile race expert descended. Just his aura alone was enough to make Yixian's hair stand on end. Stop him. We can't let him take away the power of the profound light. The moment that expert appeared, he roared loudly. As for the 9 divine crocodile race experts, they didn't hesitate at all as they pounced towards Yixian. Yixian was overwhelmed with shock. Not to mention the 9 of them, even if 2 or 3 of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for Yixian to deal with them. At this moment, Yixian was even prepared to enter the devouring space at any time to temporarily escape. However, the next scene caused Yixian to stop in his tracks. At the same time, he was incomparably shocked. Although the 9 of them pounced towards Yixian, they weren't even able to get close to him before they were blocked by a strange energy. It was invisible and colorless. Whether it was the naked eye or spiritual will, it was impossible to detect it in the slightest. However, the effect was obvious. At this moment, the 9 of them were blocked outside, unable to enter at all. Yi Xian could clearly hear their furious roars, and he could also clearly feel their attacks. However, even their attacks in themselves were unable to enter the range of that ring. Yi Xian didn't understand why, but he knew that he was temporarily safe. At this moment, the face of the divine crocodile race expert was filled with regret. This was because only he knew that the mother lode was not an ordinary mother lode, and he also knew that this mother lode was special. There were countless treasures in the world, and there were naturally many treasures that could be used to refine and strengthen magic treasures. Some treasures might look ordinary on the outside, but they were extremely powerful. Some treasures, on the other hand, were hidden among the treasures. Those who didn't know what was good for them would never discover them. This mother lode was such a special mother lode. The most important thing about this mother lode was not its material itself, but its special attribute. This mother lode could be used as a guide to guide the power of the profound light down to refine magic treasures. Just like what was being done to the god-slaughtering sword. A magic treasure refined by the profound light was definitely not ordinary. A magic treasure refined in this way could be greatly strengthened in all aspects, and its quality would also be improved. Therefore, such a treasure could be said to be a good thing that could only be found by chance and not sought after. At this moment, the supreme expert was filled with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he had eyes but failed to recognize this mother lode, how could he have missed it? One had to know that this kind of treasure usually only had one special ability. Thus, after Yi Xian used it, this originally incomparably mystical treasure had been crippled. Back then, although the divine crocodile race had discovered that the mother lode could gather mysterious energy in the spirit pool, they hadn't thought too much about it. They had mistakenly thought that the spirit pool was special, but who would have thought that the mystery would be revealed and this would be the result? Not only did they not obtain such a precious treasure, the spirit pool had also been destroyed. How could the divine crocodile race accept this? Chapter 2859. It became a treasure since they couldn't obtain the mother lode. The super experts of the divine crocodile race decided to take away the god-slaughtering sword. The mysterious power continued to pour into the god-slaughtering sword, causing it to undergo a huge change. On the outside, experts from the divine crocodile race continuously surged over, surrounding Yi Xian. Inside, Yi Xian could only silently look at the god-slaughtering sword and wait. Of course, Yi Xian was constantly thinking of countermeasures. The current situation was already very obvious. The divine crocodile race was determined to obtain the mother lode and the god-slaughtering sword. Once the light dissipated and the evolution ended, the battle would begin. The divine wood sword attendant had already been released by Yi Xian. After all, the divine wood sword attendant possessed an incomparably powerful defensive power. Perhaps, relying on this powerful defensive power would give Yi Xian a chance of survival. To be more precise, Yi Xian wouldn't let go of any methods. However, anything that could help Yi Xian right now, Yi Xian would do. Time passed. He originally thought that this evolution wouldn't last long, but the reality wasn't like that. At this moment, a full 7 days had passed, and the light still hadn't dissipated. Even if he wanted to block the 9 pillars of light that seemed to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So finally, a new divine beast rushed over. After all, under that powerful light, anyone would feel that a rare treasure had been born. Naturally, those who saw this light would not let go of the chance to seize the treasure. Haha. This old man wants to see what kind of good thing has appeared to cause such a huge commotion. At this moment, another expert arrived, and a thunderous voice exploded from afar. It's the old man of the Divine Valley Dragon Mountain. Didn't he go on a trip? Why is he back so soon? Someone discussed in a low voice. It was obvious that this old man of the Divine Valley was quite famous. Moments later, Yi Xian saw an old man with an old face, 4 arms and 6 legs covered in fish scales walk out. Every step the old man took caused the ground to shake like an earthquake. Following his footsteps, the experts of the Divine Crocodile clan continuously opened up a path. Obviously, even the many experts of the Divine Crocodile clan did not dare to block the path of the old man of the Divine Valley. What is it that has such a powerful light? Mine, it's all mine. Haha, it's all mine. Another voice sounded. Along with this voice, An exquisite palanquin carried by 4 lower ninth-grade divine emperors who had transformed into beautiful women flew over. The palanquin had yet to arrive, but the sound had already spread to every corner. A rare treasure has appeared. It looks like there will be another bloody storm. How sad. A bald man with 6 strange snake tails suddenly appeared. His words seemed to be filled with sorrow, but it was unknown why he was sad. One expert after another appeared. The divine crocodile clan, who was originally the host, was forced to stay in a corner. Because the divine crocodile clan knew very well that these experts were not to be trifled with. Some people gathered together, looking around with flickering eyes, waiting silently. Some people looked around arrogantly, as if they wanted to stir up trouble. Some people just quietly looked for a place, not bothering to hear or ask. Experts kept coming here. Yixian did not know whether to laugh or cry, because he suddenly realized that he had become the target of these people. In the past, Yixian often participated in treasure hunting and snatching. But to become a treasure himself, to become the object of others to fight over, this was a novel experience. Of course, as the number of experts increased, Yixian felt more at ease. After all, generally speaking, as long as it was a treasure hunt, there would inevitably be a bloody battle. Moreover, if the winner of the treasure hunt was not decided, then no one would be able to snatch the treasure away. Currently, countless experts had gathered, and every single one of them was eyeing Yixian covetously. Naturally, Yixian was safe, because no matter who made the first move against Yixian, they would undoubtedly be surrounded and attacked by the others. Thus, Yixian had the chance to fish in troubled waters. Of course, it didn't mean that Yixian was already safe. In the current situation, Yixian had only obtained an opportunity. Whether or not he could grasp it and successfully leave was still unknown. The light lasted for 13 days. In these 13 days, the powerful light completely surrounded Yixian and the god-slaughtering sword, protecting them from the attacks of the surrounding divine beasts. 13 days of time was enough for countless experts to arrive. At this moment, there were already hundreds of experts gathered around Yixian. Of course, there were also tens of thousands of people. The outer perimeter had already been divided into 3 layers. The first layer consisted of the hundreds of experts, each occupying a position. No one moved. Of course, there were also people who knew each other and grouped together. Following that, a race like the divine crocodile race gathered. Because it was a race, it had a large number of people and extraordinary strength. As for the outermost area, they were the divine beasts that came alone but were not strong enough. These divine beasts knew that they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the treasure hunt, but they weren't willing to leave so easily. Thus, they gathered in the surroundings and silently watched the situation change. It seemed that he was also trying to fish in troubled waters. The light disappeared, but the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword didn't end immediately. The god-slaughtering sword hung high above Yixian's head, emitting wave after wave of powerful energy. The outer barrier became stronger and stronger, and it was no longer just a strong defense. When the divine beast experts saw the light receding, they thought that they had a chance and rushed forward. However, not only were they unable to break through the barrier, they were even repelled by the barrier, causing them to be severely injured and flee in panic. No one knew why the barrier was so strong, but everyone knew that unless the barrier dissipated on its own, it would be impossible to break through. Originally, Yixian thought that the evolution of the god-slaughtering sword had nothing to do with him. But this time he was wrong. Wei Zhentian was still unable to enter the god-slaughtering sword. But the god-slaughtering sword hung high above Yixian's head. Waves of mysterious energy continuously poured into Yixian's body. This power was extremely destructive, but Yixian was unable to resist at all. Sword body purification. It was actually a sword body purification. Those who knew their stuff turned pale with fright, and their expressions were filled with envy. The purification of the sword body referred to the strange phenomenon of the psychic divine sword feeding back to its master. The divine sword was psychic, and when it gathered enough power and developed a strong feeling for its master, it would use its own power to cleanse its master's body. This kind of cleansing could be said to be extremely rare. Not only did it require an extremely high quality of the divine sword, it also required an extremely powerful support. In addition, the divine sword itself had an extremely strong feeling for its master. And the last point was the most difficult thing. This was the divine sword itself, not the artifact spirit of the divine sword. In fact, to be able to do this meant that the divine sword already possessed intelligence. Chapter 2860. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, there was nothing wrong with this place at all. There was nothing at all. They did not notice anything strange. Yixian was surprised by this. However, now is not the time to argue about this. System. Break the restriction here. Ding. Restriction has been successfully broken. In everyone's eyes, Yixian had just walked to a corner and stood there in a daze for a while. Then he stretched out his hand and waved it casually. In an instant, a bridge made of seaweed appeared in front of them. There really is a restriction here. Everyone looked at Yixian in a different light. Yixian was able to discover this restriction and break it, but they weren't able to discover it. What did this mean? Did this mean that Yixian was a restriction master? In an instant, everyone was terrified of Yixian's mysteriousness. Yes, it was terrifying. What was Yixian's identity? Why were there so many mysteries surrounding him? Of course, now was not the time to talk about this. After Yixian broke the restriction, everyone stopped hesitating and walked forward. However, just as Yixian was about to pass by, he heard the spiritual deity speak. Pavilion Protector Elder, please wait here for a moment. Since this restriction has recovered after you left last time, it is very likely that this restriction has the ability to repair itself. In order to prevent the people behind from not being able to find this small bridge, Pavilion Protector Elder, please stay and lead the way for the others. It could be said that the spiritual deity's cultivation level was much higher than Yixian's. However, Yixian's status was much higher than his. Naturally, he could only treat Yixian as an equal. Yixian nodded. The spiritual deity's words made sense. Thus, Yixian did not follow them. The rest of the group was only half a day late. During this time, Yixian did not know what they were doing. Of course, Yixian was too lazy to care. Fortunately, the barrier had not been repaired yet. Thus, the group of people continued to walk forward together. However, what Yixian did not expect was that when they entered, they only saw a few broken corpses. The dozens of people in the vanguard were all dead. No, there was still one person who was still fighting. It was the inferior spiritual deity. Quick, save him. In an instant, several powerhouses rushed over and fought with the demonized mermen. Soon, the inferior spiritual deity was saved. What's going on? Someone quickly asked the inferior spiritual deity. The inferior spiritual god glanced at the crowd and said, "This is when I led the vanguard group when we arrived." What do you mean? Speak clearly. What is this? I don't know what it means. I only know that the voice said that it had been waiting for us for a long time. Then those mermen started to attack us crazily. Although the average strength of these demonized monsters is not very strong, they have some special magical powers. Among them, the most important thing for you to pay attention to is that these demonized monsters can be resurrected indefinitely. What? Resurrected indefinitely? This time everyone, including Yixian, was stunned. Resurrection. Some people did have such special magical powers. But what was the point of being resurrected indefinitely? Let's not care about that for now. Kill. We must find out the secret of this place first. Everyone did not hesitate and directly charged forward. Yixian was also about to charge forward. But the inferior spiritual deity of Lingxian Court suddenly stopped Yixian. What do you want? Yixian looked at the inferior spiritual deity, not knowing what he wanted to do. Pavilion Guardian Elder, leave this place quickly. Don't hesitate and leave immediately. This is not a place we can provoke. Furthermore, a pair of eyes have been watching us. Therefore, I can only ask everyone to charge forward together. However, the others can die, but you can't. What did he mean? Yixian was somewhat unable to react. This fellow had not clearly explained what was going on. He had only asked Yixian to leave quickly. It was not impossible to ask Yixian to leave, but he should at least explain things clearly. However, the inferior spiritual deity did not continue speaking. Instead, he suddenly struck out with his palm at Yixian. Of course, he did not want to hurt Yixian. In fact, his palm was directly pushing Yixian away at an extremely fast speed. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian looked at that person and retreated rapidly. However, he continued to ask. However, a giant black hand that suddenly appeared answered Yi Xian's question. That hand had stretched out from under the island. As soon as it appeared, it locked onto Yi Xian, who was about to leave. Damn it! What the hell is this? Yi Xian was greatly alarmed. The current situation had already exceeded his expectations. He had been sent flying the first time he had come. He still had to flee the second time. What the hell was this? Damn it, damn it. This feeling made Yi Xian extremely unhappy. The inferior spirit god suddenly jumped up and used all of his strength to block the attack for Yi Xian as he loudly shouted, "Senior spirit god." He then shouted, "Hurry up and leave." Yi Xian did not know why this fellow had done this. However, when he looked at the island one last time before he left, he already knew that he was the only one who would be able to escape this time. Yi Xian's last glance caused his heart to tremble in fear, to the point of incomparable panic. Then what exactly did Yi Xian see? It turned out that the last thing Yi Xian saw was numerous extremely enormous black hands. These enormous hands were unimaginably strong, and they could capture a person with a casual grab. It could be said that no one in the heavenly god realm could resist them. However, merely 5 domain enlightened spirit gods had come this time. Obviously, they weren't of any use at all. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? What exactly happened? Yi Xian was extremely astounded in his heart. He didn't hesitate at all and directly returned to the training camp. At this moment, no one in the training camp was too worried about the exploration of Ripple Lake. Or perhaps, in their opinion, this was a battle that they were absolutely confident in. However, when they saw Yi Xian return with a panicked expression, they clearly revealed different expressions. The pavilion master of Towering Pavilion quickly walked over to Yi Xian. Actually, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those demonized monsters, then perhaps he wouldn't be willing to meet Yi Xian at all. Grandmaster Yi, what happened? Why did you return by yourself? Where are the others? He addressed Yi Xian as Grandmaster Yi. This was naturally for the sake of concealing Yi Xian's identity. They won't be able to return. Yi Xian spoke. At the same time, he gazed at the others. The Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. Chapter 2861. The way to survive at this moment. Although Yi Xian was on high alert, he didn't pay too much attention to it. In fact, he subconsciously didn't think that there would be an enemy attack. However, in that instant, a faint, almost imperceptible movement suddenly erupted. It was fortunate that Yi Xian's spiritual will had been strengthened once again, and the location of the mutation just so happened to be not far from Yi Xian, so he had time to react. However, even so, the only thing Yi Xian could do was slightly shift his position. Boom! A loud sound rang out. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that what attacked him was a red ray of light. It was as thin as a gossamer, yet extremely powerful. The Divine Wood Sword attendant immediately stood in front of Yi Xian, blocking the majority of the damage for him. But even so, Yi Xian was still sent flying by the force. The violent force instantly sent Yi Xian flying high into the sky. However, there was someone waiting for Yi Xian in the sky. This was a person with a pair of wings. To be precise, it was a divine beast, but Yi Xian didn't know what race he was. When Yi Xian was sent flying into the sky, a large net exploded from that person's hands in an attempt to trap him. The power of the law of devouring. Yi Xian was shocked. He already knew this person's goal. This guy was probably the one who used the red light. Sending Yi Xian flying into the sky was also part of his plan. His goal was to quickly capture Yi Xian. Ding! Designated target High 6th Grade Divine Emperor Realm. Another high-level Divine Emperor Realm. Although at this moment in this area the 6th grade Superior Deity Emperor was actually not that strong for Yi Xian, he was still a formidable enemy. It could be said that if they really fought, Yi Xian didn't have much of a chance of winning. Unfortunately, this guy used the power of the law of devouring, so don't blame Yi Xian for breaking his web of laws. Playing with the law of devouring in front of Yi Xian, let alone a mere high-level Divine Emperor, even a hierarch or a God Emperor might not be able to win against Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's greatest trump card was the power of devouring. At this moment that person swore confidently, thinking that victory was already in his grasp. He even had a smile on his face, waiting for Yi Xian to fall into his web of laws. However, Yi Xian fell into it, but it wasn't the result that person imagined. The flickering web of laws had already surrounded Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it didn't listen to that person's call and returned to his side. At this moment, that person finally noticed that something was wrong. He frowned slightly and wanted to retreat, but he couldn't bear to leave. After all, he knew that if he didn't leave, he would attract the attention of others. At that time, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. However, seeing that Yi Xian had already fallen into his web of laws, he naturally couldn't bear to leave so easily. However, he didn't know that although Yi Xian was trapped in the web of the law of devouring, he wasn't affected in the slightest. On the contrary, the web of the law of devouring had already been completely controlled by Yi Xian. How dare you? That person only hesitated for a moment, but there were already experts who noticed the changes here. With a roar, 5 people immediately attacked this side at the same time. Another explosion sounded out. A moment ago, he was still complacent, thinking that he'd successfully trapped Yi Xian and had a chance to escape. In the next moment, he was killed by 5 experts and turned into a mist of blood. As soon as that person died, Yi Xian controlled the web of laws to fall to the ground. On the surface, it seemed that it was because the web of laws was no longer under the control of its master that it fell. However, no one knew that all of this was secretly controlled by Yi Xian. The 5 experts glanced at Yi Xian, who was trapped by the web of laws. Unexpectedly, no one tried to snatch it from him. Instead, they silently retreated and continued their battle. In Yi Xian's heart, the actions of these divine beasts could be said to be extremely stupid. Of course, if these divine beasts weren't stupid, then Yi Xian wouldn't have a chance of survival. At this moment, with Yi Xian as the center, there were battles everywhere. Divine beasts continuously fell, as if the goal of these divine beasts wasn't to snatch treasures, but purely to fight. The web of law was slowly losing its strength. It wouldn't be long before it completely disappeared. However, Yi Xian didn't mind at all. Yi Xian silently looked around, but he had an idea in his heart. The crazed slaughter of these divine beasts was also an opportunity for Yi Xian to increase his strength. No matter what, if he could become more powerful, then he would have a higher chance of escaping. Therefore, without the divine beasts noticing, the corpses of divine beasts were constantly disappearing from the battlefield. Some were entire corpses, while others were only missing arms and legs. Of course, the whereabouts of these corpses were obvious. They were naturally devoured by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 4th grade Divine Emperor Realm. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 5th grade Divine Emperor Realm. As Yi Xian continued to devour the corpses of the divine beasts, his realm continued to rise. At the beginning, Yi Xian's movements were extremely careful. After all, he was worried that he would be discovered and attract unnecessary trouble. However, who knew that even if someone discovered Yi Xian's movements, they wouldn't care at all. Thus, Yi Xian became bolder. Of course, even so, the number of corpses that Yi Xian could devour was limited. After all, Yi Xian was currently trapped in one place, so it was impossible for him to collect those corpses. Thus, he could only pick up the corpses nearby. Fortunately, even though the corpses nearby were incomplete, they all belonged to experts. Thus, Yi Xian obtained great benefits from collecting these corpses. In a short period of time, Yi Xian was able to break through to the 1st grade Divine Emperor Realm, just by devouring the corpses. However, this kind of collection couldn't continue because Yi Xian knew that although these divine beasts ignored him in the chaotic battle, as the battle progressed, the divine beasts that remained would naturally be the strongest. Yi Xian already had an idea. At this moment, Yi Xian could only ask the flower god's sword attendant to make some sacrifices. The moment the primal chaos law net disappeared, Yi Xian also disappeared. This was because Yi Xian had already hidden within the devouring space, but the flower god's sword attendant was left behind. To be more precise, it was the flower god's sword attendant that fled into the distance first, and the direction it fled in was the direction of an expert. Under Yi Xian's orders, the flower god's sword attendant held a divine weapon that looked like the god's slaughtering sword. Although it was deliberately hidden, it still released a trace of its aura. As soon as the flower god's sword attendant arrived at the expert's side, it handed the divine weapon to the expert without hesitation. That expert didn't think too much about it, so he casually took it. After all, this divine armament looks somewhat similar to the god-slaughtering sword. This was a high-grade replica that Yi Xian had spent a huge amount of faith points to exchange for from the system store. Chapter 2862. Ambush. Whether it was its appearance or charm, it was almost the same as the god-slaughtering sword. At the very least, it would be difficult to see the difference if one didn't observe carefully. After doing all of this, the flower god's sword attendant committed suicide. That expert didn't even have time to react. At this moment he still didn't know what had happened. He held a fake god-slaughtering sword in his hand, but he looked at the flower god's sword attendant in astonishment. Hong Hu, you dare to attack. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside the expert. It turned out that someone had also noticed the anomaly. When he saw that Yi Xian's figure had already disappeared from the net of laws, combined with the fake god-slaughtering sword in the expert's hand, he would naturally be misunderstood. Thus, at this moment there were people who charged towards the super expert without hesitation. What are you doing? The man asked, puzzled. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. With a punch, the expert named Hong Hu was sent flying before he could figure out what was going on. The fake god-slaughtering sword in his hand had already changed owners. Quick, the treasure is over there. Following these words in an instant, the expert who had just obtained the fake god-slaughtering sword didn't even have the time to take a second look at the god-slaughtering sword before he was surrounded. Chaos broke out. This time it was even more bloody and brutal. If it was said that the divine beasts had only used 30% of their strength in the previous battle, then at this moment, they had already used 12% of their strength. The massacre had begun. It was a bloody and brutal massacre. In just an instant the entire sky had been dyed red. Yi Xian could also see the changes in the outside world from within the devouring space. To be precise, Yi Xian didn't completely enter the devouring space. After all, the difference in speed between the devouring space and the outside world was too great. Yi Xian completely entering it wasn't a very wise choice. Thus, the place where Yi Xian was standing was actually the entrance to the devouring space. Here Yi Xian was able to completely conceal his aura, yet maintain the same speed as the outside world. Thus, being in this position was a very good choice. Yi Xian silently watched the slaughter in the outside world. Although this slaughter was caused by him, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. Even if all of these experts from the demon god's divine domain died, Yi Xian wouldn't blink. It was not enough to describe the current situation. At that moment, in the sky and on the ground, there was a murderous aura everywhere. Especially around the fake god-slaying sword, it was even more terrifying. One expert after another died on the spot. The sky had already cracked, and the earth had already turned blood red. Countless experts had turned this area into 40,000 lands. As for the fake god-slaughtering sword, it was being passed around in the hands of the experts. However, it was a pity that any super expert who got their hands on it would be killed in an instant. However, if one person died, another would immediately take over. Life was not over, and the battle was endless. These people had already gone completely crazy. He had already turned into a madman. Yi Xian was terrified when he saw this. Only now did he know that there were countless divine beasts hiding in the shadows around him. These divine beasts were hiding in the shadows at the beginning, and did not participate in the battle. However, when the fake god-slaughtering sword appeared, they appeared. Moreover, it seemed that the number of people hiding was far more than that. There were clearly strong cultivators falling at every moment, but there were still countless strong cultivators who continued to advance wave after wave. Life seemed so worthless at this moment. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just waiting for the center of the battle to leave. Every single divine beast expert who obtained the fake god-slaughtering sword immediately left. They didn't have the time to check if it was real or fake, and even if someone discovered that there was a problem with the fake god-slaughtering sword, no one would listen to his explanation. Therefore, the center of the battle was constantly moving away. Day after day. Normally, it would only take an hour to travel a distance, but now it took a full 3 days. This distance might not be considered too far, but Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. After all, it was hard to avoid experts suspecting him. Once they turned around to look for him, Yi Xian might be trapped here. On the shattered ground, anyone could tell that an incomparably tragic battle had once broken out here. Saying that not a single blade of grass grew was not enough to describe the decline here. It could be said that even a slightly larger stone no longer existed. Suddenly, a small mound in the soil moved, and a figure emerged from it. The moment that figure appeared, he fled into the distance without hesitation. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. This person was Yi Xian. At this moment, how could Yi Xian dare to stop at all? He practically used his full speed. Moreover, he was already prepared to be teleported into the mysterious trial space at any time. Because the requirements for strength in the trial space were too high, Yi Xian knew that it was useless for him to enter now. There were only a few chances to teleport, so Yi Xian wasn't willing to waste them. However, if there really was an expert chasing after him, then Yi Xian might not have a choice. Yi Xian's speed was extremely fast. At the beginning, there really wasn't anything unusual. However, when Yi Xian had only traveled less than 3 million kilometers, he discovered that he'd been locked onto by several divine senses at the same time. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that there were still some intelligent divine beasts that suspected the location of the web of law, which was why this scene had occurred. It was very obvious that these people had come for Yi Xian from the start. However, the only thing that allowed Yi Xian to heave a sigh of relief was that since these people only dared to expose themselves now, it meant that they weren't super experts. Of course, Yi Xian didn't even know what his cultivation was. Yi Xian fled at an extremely fast speed because he knew very well that even if the enemy that had locked onto him wasn't too powerful, once he was entangled, he wouldn't have any good results. Unfortunately, the enemy obviously wouldn't allow Yi Xian to continue fleeing like this. Boom! Crash! A loud sound rang out. At the same time, a wall of water suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. To be more precise, it was a ball of water that completely surrounded Yi Xian. Water Law Barrier Domain. This was actually a special domain of the laws of water. Moreover, it wasn't a domain set up by a single person, but a formation domain set up by many people. System, what kind of domain is this? Yi Xian asked in confusion. This domain didn't seem to have too much power, at least on the surface. The light blue seawater surrounded this area. At the same time, it made the air in the center seem abnormally humid. However, the power was very gentle, causing people to not feel the slightest threat. Chapter 2863. A strange domain. Since someone had set up such a domain, then it probably wasn't that simple. Thus, at this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to stop and quietly wait for the changes in the domain. Time slowly passed, but there was no change in the domain. However, half-human and half-fish demon beasts appeared from all directions. Some of these beasts were wielding tridents, some were wielding long swords, and some were even wielding longbows. However, their strength was generally very weak. Apart from their large numbers, there was almost no other redeeming feature. At this moment, Yi Xian slightly frowned. Could it be that the ones who set up the domain to capture him were these fishmen? If that's the case, then aren't you underestimating me too much? Yi Xian didn't use the god-slaughtering sword. Instead, he took out his rule bow and shot it out without the slightest hesitation. A violent force exploded out in the blink of an eye. One arrow was enough to kill thousands of these fishmen. Could it be that these mere people were really so weak and useless? Yi Xian was incomparably puzzled. However, just as Yi Xian was about to kill his way out, a strange change occurred. The fishmen that Yi Xian had blasted into smithereens actually quickly revived. What was even more terrifying was that even the enemies that Yi Xian had blasted into a bloody mist at the center of Yi Xian's attack were revived. Moreover, the strength of these revived fishmen had actually increased. What was going on? Yi Xian had never seen such a strange thing before. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he launched another attack towards the group of fishmen. A terrifying attack once again descended onto the newly revived fishmen. Just like last time, this group of fishmen was once again killed without any suspense. However, in the blink of an eye, those fishmen quickly revived. This time Yi Xian saw it very clearly. These fishmen were truly able to increase their strength after reviving. When had Yi Xian ever seen such a terrifying scene? He could actually revive after death? Resurrection could also increase one's strength. I don't believe this. I want to see if you can resurrect infinitely. With a thought, Yi Xian pulled open the Law Divine Art once again and launched another attack. Yi Xian attacked, the fishman revived. Yi Xian attacked again, the fishman revived. After going back and forth dozens of times, Yixian finally gave up. These fishmen could actually revive infinitely, and their strength could increase. However, there was a limit to how much their strength could increase, and they could only increase it to the highest level, the inferior grade Divine Lord realm. A mere inferior grade 1 Divine Lord posed no threat to Yixian at all. However, who knew if these fishmen had any other special methods? Or rather, were there any other strange changes in this domain? Yixian didn't dare to delay any longer. This time, he directly released his might and 200 god slaughtering swords to open a path. Yixian directly slaughtered a path of blood towards the edge of the domain. However, when Yixian arrived at the edge of the domain, he realized that this water barrier domain, which didn't seem to be anything special, wasn't something that could be broken just because he wanted to. First of all, this was not ordinary water of the Jianghu, but a type of heavy water. A mysterious heavy water that was as heavy as ore. Moreover, this heavy water was extremely difficult to break. Even if Yixian used his divine power to forcefully disperse it, it would still be difficult to break through. At this moment, how could Yixian not understand that if he wanted to break this domain, he couldn't break it by force? He could only find the person who used the domain and kill him, or find the cornerstone of the formation. Unfortunately, this was a formation set up by several people. It was already very difficult to find